Good evening. I call a meeting, special meeting of the Ames City Council for January 21st to order. Good evening, Council and staff, and we'll get started. Steve, are you going to?
Yep, I'll just give you some opening comments. Thank you for being here tonight. We're going to unveil the recommended capital improvements plan, a 5-year plan for fiscal years 2020-21 through fiscal year 24-25. As you all remember, the purpose of this plan is to identify major bricks and mortar projects for the city of Ames, along with basic infrastructure projects. I want to remind you that this is a plan, and therefore some of the projects you saw in previous documents may have been slid forward, slid backwards. In a few cases, some of the departments in the first year, we've actually placed no projects. We want to give a little breathing room for some of the departments. They've got some projects that have already been approved in prior years. We want to give them time to catch up some if needed. I'll let Dwayne start with going over the format of the document itself, as well as the page that deals with our debt capacity, which all of you should be aware of. But I want to remind you, we're not asking you to make any decisions tonight. The public will be asked to give comments at next council meeting on the 28th, but you're not going to even be able, you're not asking you to make decisions then. There'll be plenty of time for the public to respond until our final wrap-up session, when you make final decisions regarding the operating budget and the capital improvement plan. They're tied together because a lot of these projects in terms of property taxes are tied to our debt service, which is in our operating budget. So you want to make sure you see the whole package together before you make final decisions. So there's plenty of time to go over that and get input from the citizens. We will show you a page in Parks and Rec. You've asked for a page on the Downtown Plaza project, if you remember. We quickly put that together, and we'll talk about that in more detail for you as well. As I try to do in the past couple of years, you've also asked me to try to anticipate some of the major bond issue projects, which will need public referendums, that aren't in this particular document, but we're starting to plan for. And if you'll notice in that, I've outlined 4 potential projects, one being the Indoor Aquatic Center that we have to get more information on, and we're going to budget for that. You'll see during the operating budget to see how we move and replace the one that's going to be taken down at the high school. We also have the relocation of the fire station number 2, and we're going to budget some funds for that if you approve, to start looking at the concept plan for that. We also have begun studying the animal control shelter, as you know, an outdated facility that's in need of either expansion or rehabilitation. We're looking at giving you a recommendation for that in the near future. And finally, when you make your decision, hopefully next week, on which direction or directions you want to move into the long-range land use policy plan, that will affect where we'll need perhaps a 4th fire station. So that's in probably a later date, the other 3 I mentioned. But those are the ones that aren't there now. I don't like to put them in there because we don't have any firm numbers or firmer numbers, what it's going to cost or when you're going to make your prioritization to place them in certain dates. But they're before us, and those are the real big ones that will require public referendum that I know of now anyway. Okay? So we'll turn over to Dwayne, and he'll go quickly through the format.
Okay, thanks, Steve. Yes, I'll just quickly go over how the document's put together. The first section is Steve's letter to the mayor, council, and obviously the citizens that may read this. And this provides a good overview of the major projects included. And as Steve mentioned, some projects that aren't included, but are some that you may want to think about going forward. And then we have an index and table of contents that provide you with a good access to where items are within the document. And then we have a set of summaries. One of the purposes of doing a plan for capital improvements is so that we can have some orderly and coordinated method to execute these projects and also the funding. So when we look at these entirely, we like to spread the funding evenly, or as evenly as possible over the years, so you don't have large bounces. So the only way to do that is to have a good plan in place that, as Steve mentioned, does get shifted around a little bit. I would call your attention to Roman numeral 7. That's a page where we provide a projection of debt capacity. And on this page is an area where we can demonstrate to the council and anyone else who's checking our compliance with state code on issuance of debt. We are limited by code to have debt that's covered under the code, and it's basically general obligation bonds, TIF, anything that you would make a pledge of property taxes. That's limited to 5% of the total assessed value. Now, that's not the taxable value, it's an assessed value. And council has, by policy, decided that they would reserve 25% of that capacity. And that's a good policy. If you have a referendum come up or have a major issue that requires debt issuance, you wouldn't want to be in the situation where you were unable to issue debt to deliver essential services because you were at your capacity limit. So we go out across each of the years and show where we'll be based on the debt that's included in the budget, the debt that we've already issued and will pay off. And as you can see, if you look through this, we do have a pretty strong availability of debt capacity, but as Steve mentioned, we have not included any referendum projects. So if they would get added, that would be on top of this and reduce our capacity, but it would still be within your policy limits. Then we have some summary sheets that show funding in the major program areas, funding by the different sources of funding. So everything from bonds to utility funds to local option sales tax is included in here. And then we move on to the sections where this is tabbed by each of the different programs. And we'll jump around a little bit because some of the department heads have projects in different programs. But we're going to start out right away with public safety and our Fire Chief Rich Higgins.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thanks for allowing me this opportunity to come and share the 2 CIP projects that we have before you tonight. Up on the screen, we'll be on page 9 of the booklet that you're following along with. Up on the screen, you see we have our 2002 Pierce 105-foot aerial truck. It's the only truck in our community that we have. And then also on the right is our 2005 American LaFrance Engine 1 pumper that we have. Those are the 2 vehicles we have on our 5-year CIP project. The truck, we're looking to replace that July 1st of this year. And Engine 1, we have scheduled out for fiscal year 22-23 for replacement. Just a reminder too, with Iowa State, the great partnership we have there, in addition to them paying 25% of our operating budget, they also pay 25% of our debt service for our apparatus, which has been very helpful for us. We, with Truck 3, another photo up here just showing the versatility of it, but both Engine 1 and Truck 3 are starting to show corrosion, wear and tear. When Truck 3 is out of service, unfortunately, it's, like I said, it's the only truck that we have in our community. We have to rely on Boone or Nevada to provide truck service for us if we have a fire call that requires an aerial device. So it's an important piece of equipment that we have. And the nice thing with getting this replaced is that we're going to take the current Truck 3 that we have, and we're going to put about $125,000 into refurbishing that, which will allow it to go into reserve status and hopefully get another 10 to 15 years out of that. Which will be very helpful when Truck 3 goes out of service, that we have a reserve that we can bring up to the front line and never leave Ames without aerial protection, which will be key for us. Engine 1, unfortunately, it's American LaFrance. The manufacturer went out of business in 2014. We have to make our own parts, and it's hard to keep that apparatus always up and running. But luckily, the crews have been innovative and done some of their own work on the inside to keep things functioning. And we're hoping to get through a couple more years before we have to replace it, just because they are large purchases. We're trying to spread that a little bit. Last photo, Dwayne, if you just back up one, is just showing the versatility. We even go out on cat rescue calls, working with Ames PD. The cat felt more comfortable riding on the back of firefighter Schmidt. And if you can't zoom in, but the cat is actually kind of protective of Dan when he came down, didn't want anyone else touching him. So every once in a while we get to pull cats out of trees too. So.
Looks very
Matches the
Actually,
coat.
we can zoom in.
Oh, it's very stark.
Yeah, it preferred to ride on the back of firefighter Schmidt instead of being carried down.
Oh.
That's an angry cat.
Yeah, she was not happy. Any questions with the 2 apparatus that we have on the 5-year?
My council, we have usually a vehicle replacement fund or depreciation fund. So we set aside funds for most vehicles we have on an annual basis. So at the end of their life, we have a pool of cash we can buy. For the large fire apparatus, it's just too much money to set aside each year to accomplish this. So with these, you'll notice we use general obligation bond debt. They are essential corporate purpose, and therefore we can issue those without a vote. And then that's how we finance the larger fire apparatus, not their trucks and some of the smaller vehicles they have, but the frontline apparatus.
Chief, if you had a catastrophic situation with engine one where you just couldn't replace the parts, how would that compromise your ability to provide service for our residents?
So we plan ahead in the fire service. We have a lot of redundancies. So we have 2 reserve engines that we'd be able to bring one of those up to get us by. And in fact, when engine one, normally we'd try to refurb the newest engine and bring that back into service. But since the manufacturer, we can't get parts, vehicle will go away, and we'll actually keep one of our current reserve engines and sell the other one.
Because what you're saying is you can't even get parts if you're just basically making the parts. If something really goes bad, just don't want to compromise that. I'm not trying to question your scheduling, but obviously,
Yeah,
the fire department really is high on resident satisfaction survey, and you just don't want to have something where we're putting you guys at jeopardy. That was all.
No, and I appreciate that. And Corey and Fleet Services done an excellent job making sure that we have the best apparatus that we can, and we feel pretty comfortable that we can get by for a couple more years with that engine.
Any other questions for Chief?
All right.
Thank you very
for
much.
your time.
Appreciate it.
Excellent. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, ladies and gentlemen of the council. Donald Com, I'm the Director of Electric Services, and I'll be going through the capital improvements plan for electric. This is a 5-year plan. I have the presentation broken down. Basically, I'm going to go through our transmission projects, then go into distribution, and then within the power plant, I'll talk about our individual generating units, then talk about the infrastructure projects that we have, followed by fuel, waste systems, and then anything else. Our budget over the next 5 years is a little over $2 billion, and we'll be covering those different areas. Next slide, please, Dwayne. From a transmission distribution standpoint, so from a transmission standpoint, and what that is, well, let me back up before I even start. As council knows, we have an advisory board known as URAB. So this budget has been presented to URAB. They did vote, and with minor modifications, authorized us to bring it before council tonight. So this has been reviewed once by the URAB board. From a transmission standpoint, and what we define transmission as is anything 69,000 volts or higher. So it's our high voltage bulk electric system is considered transmission. We have 2 projects. One is 69 kV transmission reconstruction. We have a 69 kV loop that goes around the city, and periodically we go and look at the condition of poles and things like that. And there are poles that need to be replaced in that system. We want to continually maintain them before they fall down rather than wait till they fall down. So it's proactive. That's found on page 15 within the book. For the most part, I'm going to be following the page numbers, but as I start getting into units, I apologize, but I'm going to be bouncing you around a little bit because I've organized them more by units and categorized them slightly differently. The other transmission project is Ontario Road Substation Breakers and Relays. This is a project that we introduced last year. We're delaying this slightly by a year. And this is where we're going to be adding breakers to Ontario Substation, which will allow us to reduce outage times. This is a similar project to what we just finished up at Tapa Hollow this past year. These 2 projects specifically, because they're transmission, we jointly share the cost of this on a load ratio basis with Iowa State. So Iowa State will cover roughly about 18 to 19% of these capital projects, specifically on transmission. Moving down then, we had a project that we introduced last year to meet some of the new stormwater requirements. The cost has gone up a little bit, so we brought it back this year. This is the distribution parking lot, and that's on page 17. It's a very old parking lot that just basically needs to be rebuilt. And we're going to be adding in some stormwater handling. And that's what drove the cost up slightly. We're going to get it finished in 2021. LED streetlights, this has been an ongoing project. We talked to council about this several years ago. Rather than go out and do a mass change out, we've been changing out LEDs over a 5-6 year time frame, where when we go out and touch a light, rather than replace bulbs or anything like that, we immediately jump to LED. We're, as of 1st of January, we're a little over halfway to getting our lights out. The neat thing about this is our material costs keep going down. When we first proposed this, it was $250,000 a year, and we're down now to about $150,000 a year and have 3 years left in this process. Any lights that need to be changed out after that then will fall under our maintenance contracts and things like that. That's on page 18. The next project on page 19, streetlights and line relocation. This is where we work very closely with Public Works. When they go in to redo a street, widen streets and things like that, we have to look at what our streetlights are doing that may be interfering, or our power lines. So we have money in the budget then to either move the line, move the lights, or replace them once the street is done. And there are projects that Public Works brings in each year, and then we put money into the budget corresponding to how much it'll cost to either replace the lights or move the line. And that's why you see roughly about $875,000 over the next 5 years to tie in with Public Works. On page 20, so we start looking at reliability improvements, and what we mean by reliability improvements is, again, decrease outages, or if we can, eliminate outages, and there are 3 projects that will do that. We want to update the Dayton Avenue substation switchgear. It's old electromechanical. We want to basically bring it into modern standards, make them get rid of the metal-clad switchgear, and then basically make them more modern. Mortenson Road transformer protection. This is where you basically put a breaker in between the system and the transformer, so that you can protect the transformer from anything that would damage it if you had an outage or a catastrophic failure on the line tying into that transformer. That's on page 21.
Now, before we change pages, do we have any other locations where we need to upgrade the switch gear? Is Dayton the last one that has the older gear?
Actually, VetMed also has that, and that's the 3rd project up there, but we're not going to touch that till probably the 5th year of the 5-year plan. So there's it will be, Dayton's much older, but we're also, VetMed is a newer substation, if you will. We were in there about 3 years ago adding transformers. So, but those are the 2 that we need, predominantly the upgrade on the switchgear.
Okay, thank you.
And I had a question on page 21 down on the Mortenson Road. It says in the project description that it's to provide better worker safety in the event of a fault. And then, but this project's not till 23, 24 and 24, 25.
Yes, sir.
So from a standpoint of safety for our workers, is there any concerns about if it's safety in addition to just, wearing out, should it be a higher priority, or how do you gauge that in terms of what's appropriate?
Very good question. So we do look at safety. There's a lot of things on an electrical system that our job is a very safety conscious job. Going from oil to SF6. SF6 is a inert gas that allows us to interrupt arcs very, very quickly, very, very safely. It's not that the oil themselves is a dangerous breaker. It's just that with an SF6 breaker, it's even safer than what we can do with oil. So oil is not a problem, but it is less safe than an SF6 breaker.
Thank you.
On page 22 is the VetMed substation switchgear replacement, and I think we just kind of talked about that. All of these projects had been proposed last year. There's nothing new that we're proposing on this page. The other thing I'll mention before we go to the next page is the numbers to your right. So what we're looking there from a budgetary standpoint on transmission distribution, the 1 year specifically is roughly $1 million. $965,000 is the 1 year budget Obviously, this extends out 5 years. The 30% for transmission distribution, the 30% represents what we'll be spending in these areas over the 5 years. So roughly 30% will be spent on transmission distribution. That would mean that roughly 70% will be spent in the power plant. All right, next page, please. From a power plant standpoint, and I apologize, but I'm going to bounce you around a little bit, but more so from a standpoint, I think it's easier to talk about the individual units, then talk about the infrastructure, then talk about fuels, and then talk about others. And we can go to any of these pages in more detail if you'd like. We have basically 4 generators within our system. We have 2 combustion turbines, which are what we refer to as peaking units. Fast to start, expensive to run. They're there for reliability and they're there for cost control. And they're located out at Edison. So combustion turbine 1, one of the things that we need to do out there is we have a communication piece of it called a remote terminal unit. Quite old. We need to get out there, replace that, the meters and the relaying equipment out there. And on page 32, this is a project that we introduced before, and there's no change to it from what we had proposed last year. The second project under combustion turbine, which is found on page 37, is our predecessors found an interesting location where to put our peaking generation. It's on an old landfill. So if you can imagine, as the landfill settles, you start seeing issues with how the units sit out there. In looking at combustion turbine 1, we're starting to find out where the foundation is moving a little bit, and we want to catch it before the foundations fail catastrophically. So we've got a project out here in this coming year to basically restabilize the foundation under which combustion turbine number 1 sits. This happens to be a new project to happen this coming year.
And there's no engineering required for that?
We will have some engineering. I'm not sure if we'll do that in-house or if we will.
There's nothing budgeted. Every project you got almost has engineering. It's just for
This-
foundation.
This is
redo.
something I believe that we can do in-house.
Very good. Thank you.
And just a quick clarification, CT1 and CT2 are the same as GT1 and GT2, aren't they?
Yes, sir. Mr. Shanker wanted to make sure that we standardized it and always used combustion turbine, and so GT is yes, but
Oh, that's
yes.
the old, okay,
Yes.
the old name. Okay, got it. Thanks.
Yep. Everything should say combustion turbine. If they don't, please point that out to me. On the combustion turbine 2, this is our newer unit put in about 2004, 2005. And again, this is a project that we've introduced in previous years. We are delaying it. There's a slight cost increase, and that's to get the controls updated. What happens right now is, although we can remotely run it, there are certain screens that are only available when you're at the site. So we literally are taking staff out of the power plant, sending them down there to watch a screen and call the other guy back and say, yes, this is at this setting or this level. So we want to update that software so it can be all completely remotely controlled from the power plant. Moving on to our next unit, we have 2 what we call baseload units, or they're units that can run continuously. These are our refuse-derived fuel units, also known as baseload. We have quite a bit of work that we're doing on Unit 7 on their support systems. As you're probably aware, we just completed putting in tubes in there and work on the turbine. We're now looking at some of their auxiliary systems. And these, again, not much new here. On page 23, we're looking at taking out or replacing the condenser tubes. Currently, they're made out of a copper or a Admiralty brass. We want to get the copper out of there and put in stainless steel on that.
Don, I had a couple of questions on this. Where are these tubes? Are these outside of the boiler? Are they inside the boiler? Or?
They're outside of the boiler. They're basically in a large tank, if you will, or a large vessel.
Okay.
And so you basically go in there, take out the existing tubes, and then replace them with stainless steel. So it's not we are not doing any tube replacement in the boiler. We're done with that.
Right. Yeah, it's just, I think the council has been or at least I have been highly sensitized to the word tube and replacement. So I was just curious.
Completely understand.
So
Yes, these are not boiler tubes, sir.
How do they affect the operation of it? Like, do the repairs take down Unit 7 while they're in effect?
This will take down Unit 7. We will be doing this after Unit 8 is back, so we will not impact the ability to burn refuse-derived fuel.
Don, what do we do with the metals? Like, in this case, the Admiralty brass?
Basically, there's a fairly good market on used metals like this. So the boiler tubes that we took out of Unit 7 and things like that, there are places where they will take that metal and melt it back down and reuse it, repurpose it. It is not going to the landfill.
Don, I want to dovetail with what the mayor brought up. So we've spent a lot of money in repairs. Is the repair work that we've done the last year, does it changing your view as far as the longevity or the lifespan of this equipment? And it's sort of appropriate that we're talking about this at the time of the CIP. Should we be thinking differently about the CIP in light of the last year's repairs, or would you put that in the category of normal?
Last year's repair is anything but normal. That's the first time we've seriously touched the boiler on Unit 7 since it was put in back in the late 60s, early 70s. So going in there and putting in those boiler tubes was not something that we want to do again, in the next 10 to 15 to 20 years. We're now looking at systems that, again, are the similar age to when that plant was first installed. Things like the condenser tube replacement. What some of the things are driving there is there are new requirements. For example, copper being introduced into the water waste stream is now something that's monitoring. Nobody ever monitored copper into the waste stream. So we look at that and say, there's copper in there. The best way, rather than filtering out for copper, get rid of the copper altogether and put in stainless steel and bring that up to meeting current EPA requirements, or EPA requirements that go into effect in the 2022 timeframe. So we're being proactive rather than waiting and handling it a different way.
So the analogy that I would use, and you can tease this a bit, if I have a car and boy, I'm putting a lot of repairs into that car, at some point I'm going to start thinking about the cost benefit analysis, and maybe it's time to change cars. And so we're none of us up here experts, and so we need to look to you. Are the scope and nature of these repairs such that we should be looking at doing something entirely different, or could you just give us a couple thoughts on that?
Sure. First thing that kind of came to mind is Cuba, where they have those 1957s and 1955 Chevys, where they keep replacing certain things, and you end up with almost a brand new car when all is said and done, but you still have that quality of a 1955, Chevy. We can always look at a new plant. With a new plant, you start getting into the $50 to $100 million price tag. So it is, everything that we're doing is much more cost effective, replacing these pieces and continuing to bring it up to current standards, than to say, let's stop that and go to something completely new. The last time we looked at it, the cost of a new plant was in 1982, was when Unit 8 was built, and I can't remember the cost of that plant.
$3 million per megawatt.
So $3 million per megawatt, and that's about a 65 megawatt plant, so fairly expensive. But fair question. But what we're doing, this is the most cost-effective. Staff believes this is the most cost-effective way to continue to operate those units in the way that they were intended.
So I guess we would just look to you for guidance. We don't have a sense of when that tipping point would be, when it's time to replace the 1957 Chevy with something a little more energy efficient, or something that would be a better investment long term. So we have to think really long term here on this stuff. And so we're really reliant on your guidance. Well, I just don't have a sense. There were pretty expensive repairs this year, but sometimes it's better to make those repairs on your used car than to buy the new car. So that's what I'm hearing you say.
Yep. Couple of things, and it's a great transition point. One of my last slides is when we're going to talk about a waste to energy study.
Okay.
Which we'll touch on that, because one of the things our units today provide three things. One is it provides a way to dispose of today the county's waste. All right. Two, it provides what is known as capacity. We're required to maintain capacity or purchase it to meet our regional obligations. We have to have enough generating capacity, either internal or on our books, to cover our peak load, that 1 hour that we have to meet. That's what this generation does. The third thing is it creates a reliability, both from a standpoint, if the outside world, the wires fall down, we can run this generation and continue to serve our customers without support from the outside world.
As long as we have sufficient supply of natural gas.
Natural gas is the critical component. As long as we have fuel, that is correct. But it's also a price hedge. If we did not have these units, we would be subject to whatever the market volatility prices are, and they change hour by hour. 1 minute you could be buying energy at 5 cents, the next minute it could be at $1. So it provides a stability in terms of price. If the outside market gets too expensive, we can use the units then as a price stabilizer. On all of these units is how we treat them on a day in and day out basis.
When's the last time the market was such that's useful?
Last December, during the polar vortex, we saw energy prices go up probably 10 to 100-fold what we normally see in the market. There were hours, we still see hours where, and I apologize, I'm kind of using our units. Let's say we're typically in the market at $25 a megawatt hour. We have seen even individual hours where it's hit $1,000. And if we can, I don't want to buy that energy if we can produce it for $35, let's say. And that's where it's that price stability. The combustion turbines are another level where we can cap our price. Those things to run are probably at $200 a megawatt hour. So all of them serve in their own unique situation as a price hedge.
Thank you.
Don, one more question on this. I have received in the last 6 months a large number of emails really encouraging the council to move away from fossil fuels and move to purchasing all renewable fuels. And I want to make sure I'm giving the right statistics. So my understanding is of our electricity portfolio, 15% is wind. Is that correct?
Depending upon which, what month we're looking at, there are windier months. On average, it's 15 to 16%, correct.
But if we were to say we want to go completely to renewables, is there even that amount of wind energy available on the open market in the Midwest to be able to buy that?
I think you could find it, or I'm sure there are a lot of developers that would love to build it for us. This is a great discussion. It gets very detailed from the standpoint of the wind, for example, doesn't blow all the time. Right. So do you buy excess and put it in storage, or do you look at other abilities to do that? Do you buy excess today, over generate, and then buy back from the market at another time? It's possible to put them in relative levels. The general energy market on most days are running about $25 a megawatt hour. We can generate for about 35. Wind is at about 60. So if you kind of look at that relative cost, and that's without storage. A side factor to that too is if the desire was to not run the power plant, we have a huge question that would have to be answered. And what do you do with the county's refuse dry fuel?
Right. So that's another factor.
Yes, sir.
And there's a lot of jobs also involved. We appreciate that too. But So you have to look at it from a macro perspective rather than looking at it just from the standpoint of the energy. But those are helpful data points for us as council because we find ourselves speaking to constituents about this with some frequency. And so if we use rough numbers, again, this isn't precise, but 25 for market, we produce at 35, but the wind energy would be roughly $60. So we would be asking our consumers to more than double their cost of for electricity. In addition, we'd have to figure out how to handle the waste that we're currently burning.
Yep. And I want to be
Am I
careful
saying that
about,
correctly?
on the waste, yes. I want to be careful about the doubling because there's a fixed component in everybody's energy bill. In other words, it pays for the wires, the linemen, demand side management programs and all of that. And then there's an energy component on that. So it's only the energy component that would vary based on your fuel source or your energy source.
Okay.
So it's not, I would not characterize it as a doubling in someone's rate.
Okay, that's helpful to clarify. And I don't want to take more time on this. This may be a subject if the council has an interest in, we could come back to later. Thank you.
One more quick related question. Could you guess, or maybe you know, what percentage of our energy portfolio is natural gas that we have to expend in order to get rid of the waste?
100%.
No. I mean, if we're, yeah.
I'm being quick on it, but we would not be burning natural gas if we did not have the waste.
We just buy it.
Correct. Unless the prices rose so high in a given day that it was more economical to burn natural gas.
I see what you mean. Yeah. And what's the cost? You know what additional cost that, I mean, if we can buy it for 25, right? And the burning is, you said 35, was that what it was to
Yes, ma'am.
produce? Okay, thank you. Thank you. Good.
Don, I've got one other question for you. So we're very conscious, I think, of how much the WPC budget is expending for things like the nutrient reduction strategy. Do you track how much of your expenses are due to state or federal regulations and meeting those requirements?
Ooh, that's a very good question. It's not something that we track specifically, but that data is available and that would be a very interesting question.
Well, I'm curious, but I'm not going to direct staff to come back with that number. Perhaps if the city manager is curious enough, he'll be interested in finding that out. I'm just interested simply because we've tracked that nutrient reduction strategy for so long and had so many conversations, and we haven't heard much about electric, and yet with the tube replacement.
Tube replacement is definitely being driven by EPA.
Yes.
Environmental Protection Agency. That one specifically up there is one that I would characterize as being driven by the EPA. I have a couple more in here, and when I get to them, I will point those out also.
Thank you.
Any other?
Well, I just want to make the comment that this trash situation is something that, I mean, I just did a little digging, pardon the pun, but every week the resource recovery plant handles 2 to 2.5 million pounds of trash from 13 different communities, and according to Bill, we have about 150 to 200 loads a week that comes in, and Boone doesn't want much of our waste, so if we're going to get rid of it, it's got to be hauled down to Des Moines. I just can't imagine what that would be like, hauling all of our trash to Des Moines. So we don't have that's a big it's a big issue. We can just kind of wish it away, but it's something that really has profound implications, and I'm sure that once we get our greenhouse gas inventory back and then proceed with the climate action plan development, that'll probably all be teased out in that situation. But yeah, as you said, Tim, there's a lot of things that have effect on this assessment and decision-making process. So. All right.
So I believe where I left off was Unit 7 surface condenser tube replacement. We talked about that. Next one's really exciting. I love to talk about it. It's replacement of the Unit 7 exciter. And again, it's not something that we had actually introduced this in previous years. We're advancing it. And basically what the exciter does, it provides the magnetic field within the turbine to allow us to create electricity. So Next one after that, the Unit 7 main steam line is actually covered with asbestos. That is not a danger unless you start cutting into it and exposing that. As long as it's contained and sealed, there's not a safety risk. But this is a main steam line, so we do want to spend some money, get the asbestos off of there, and put on non-asbestos insulation. That's what that project is. Electrostatic precipitator, this is part of our environmental equipment. And if you've ever come by the power plant, by exposing it, especially at times like this when it's cold, the particulates tend to gunk up in cold weather. We want to literally build a more formal enclosure around it. Right now, we've got it wrapped in plastic. It's how we've been doing it for the last several years. And then Unit 7 closed loop cooling water system. This again is the original system. The unit gets warm. Some of the tubes themselves are starting to plug up. So we're literally leaving the doors open to keep it cool and running fans on it. We want to replace that and put a more modern system on there. And this may sound strange. You say, God, Don, didn't we just do a Unit 7 turbine overhaul? We did do a turbine overhaul. Typically every 5 years or 20,000 hours of operation, you want to do an overhaul. Curtis Spence, our plant manager, came up with a rather novel idea. Rather than constantly doing major overhauls where you're opening it up and replacing a lot of blades, spread that out by doing a major, then a minor, and then another major, maybe 7 to 10 years, and you can stretch out those overhauls. So he's proposing a Unit 7 turbine overhaul in 22-23 to extend that before we do another major. That covers the Unit 7 projects. Unit 8, we're going to be doing the superheat tube this year. So we only really have one on Unit 8, which is the minor turbine generator overhaul, and that goes out in the 23-24 timeframe, again, using that same concept of let's open it up, look at it, do minor fixes just to extend it into another major, which should occur 3 or 4 or 5 years after that. From an infrastructure standpoint, and again, I apologize that the pages bounce around a little bit, but I thought this gave it a little bit better way where we could talk about it in chunks. We have within the plant itself relays and controls. This is a project that was actually introduced last year, and we've delayed that since we were working so hard on Unit 7, and it's a 3-year process to basically, again, look at the existing electromechanical 13 kV breakers and start updating them with better relaying and things like that within the power plant. Unit 5 and 6 boiler removal. We're very crafty in how we name our plants. You're familiar with Units 7 and 8. Unit 5 and 6 have long since been retired. Depending upon if we move to some form of waste, a new waste type of boiler, one of the locations that's worth looking at is within the existing plant. This is not to take out 5 and 6 turbine, but to take out those boilers and maybe use that space as a new opportunity to take care of the county's waste. And you would hope that all of the metal and the material would be enough to pay for the removal. Unfortunately, it's not, but it's something that we would be looking at in 21 and 22. DCS is distributed control system. This is basically the brains of the power plant. This controls all of the equipment there. And we're looking at a hardware upgrade. Believe it or not, it's already been 5 years since we put the last system in. So this is basically an upgrade to more modern standards. And you say, geez, 5 years isn't that long. Look at your computers that are 5, 6, 7, 8 years old, and you can see that we need more modern, or we need better or updated software even from 5 years ago.
Is are we on like on an annual subscription basis with this software, or you just buy it, or is this a software as service,
Yep.
or is this how do you handle it?
Correct. There are two basic systems that are within the power plant. One is the DCS system, distributed control system. The other is called a SCADA system.
Mhm.
On the SCADA system, what we have is we have a yearly renewal where they keep, it's kind of like a Tesla. They keep sending us patches and software modifications and upgrade. This actually has both hardware and software associated with the DCS.
And is that so you can keep, I think this was a question we'd asked you before, and that is concerned about a cyber attack.
Mhm.
If we own our own software and are not relying on getting patches, does this kind of help protect from a cyber attack because we're not connected to the internet
Right.
to get this upgrades, or how's it work?
It's definitely the way we handle our electrical system. They are separated from the internet and stuff like that. We have some firewalls, but we don't let anybody in. Patches and things like that come in, what I say, hand delivered, if you will. And we have very little exposure to the outside world, to where we're, yeah. Even our own fiber, we don't allow anyone on the fiber.
Whereas if you had a cloud-based system, it might be more susceptible to that.
This is not I agree with you, Mayor. This
Yeah.
is not a system you put on the cloud. The next one up there, plant building modifications. This is a multi-year project where we're looking at bringing the power plant up to ADA compliance. Today, we do not have the direct ability to get people into the power plant that would fall under ADA. So we want to get it ADA compliant. We're also looking at a similar card reading system that City Hall is looking at, to where we have better control over doors and gates and things like that using a card reader as opposed to keys and things like that. Fire protection. It seems like every time we get a new insurance carrier, they're saying, hey, go and look at this, try to prevent a fire here or here or here. So we're constantly working on different projects to mitigate any kind of fire damage that would occur both at our remote sites and at the main power plant. That's what that one's
Can I
about.
back up down on page 39?
Yes, sir.
It showed 2018, repair, replace block windows, and install a card reader security system. I thought I heard you say you're going to be adding that in the office redesign. Is that right? Or
The card reader we were originally going to do it in 17-18. I believe City Halls has not, I know City Halls has not occurred yet. So that money is in carryover right now when we're waiting and to follow along with City Hall.
Oh, I see. So this $1.3 million, which is shown, has not been spent yet?
That is correct. That is correct.
Thank you.
And so your projection, it would be $500,000 to make the office ADA compliant?
Yep. We have a series of steps and things like that. So either we're going to be tearing off the front of the building and doing ramps, if that's possible, or putting in some kind of wheelchair lift, or doing something, or maybe even something out one of the other doors. But
And are there internal changes that have to take place in order to bring the building into compliance, or is it just the entrance?
bathrooms also would have to be looked at. Yes, sir.
Okay. These numbers always just seem astronomically high, but,
No.
okay, thanks.
And the bathrooms are in this included or not included in the, our bathroom upgrades included?
Yes, sir. We would make the building ADA compliant. That is the intent. Mayor seems to be writing.
Okay.
All right. Last one on here, VFD is variable frequency drives. These are basically, we have a lot of pumps, a lot of motors. By putting variable frequency drives on there, you can better control these pumps, both from an electrical standpoint and an operational standpoint. You can ramp them up and ramp them down. It's like putting a dimmer switch on a light, a very expensive dimmer switch on a very expensive light. That's what these things are.
Back to fire protection. I'm sorry, Don. You state that a serious fire in any one of these systems can force outage of 7 or 8 or the entire power plant. I think I asked this question last year. This has been pushed off for several years before it's implemented. What's the reason for that? When you state we could be out of power for a long period of time if we have a fire. Is that it's just going to be a calculated risk? And
there obviously is some risk involved. We do have some money today that still is in what is in carryover, so we can continue to do some projects. before I keep putting all of this money into next year and we're not spending it, I push this project or this portion of the project out until we get the other fire suppression projects done.
Thank you.
I talked about VFDs. On the fuel waste system, wastewater treatment, this is another odd one. This would be definitely an EPA one. EPA, and I use EPA and DNR kind of interchangeably. I apologize, but the water that we use, when you return it back to the ground, they only want less than 5, and I'm using the wrong terminology, 5 particles per million of iron. Well, it's interesting because the water we're taking out of the ground already has 8 parts per million. So the water we're using doesn't even meet, the natural water we're using doesn't even meet the requirements. So we're looking at ways to again, mitigate that and use the water as best we can with creating as little problems from a wastewater or iron standpoint as possible.
Don, how much water are we talking about?
Man, from our standpoint, for example, we use our cooling towers. I can't even begin to tell you how many gallons of water goes through our cooling towers, and it's used as replenishing water through our steam system and like that. I'd have to come back to a number. I don't even want to guess on how many thousands and thousands and thousands of gallons over the course of a year.
So given that amount of water, does the potential to redirect that discharge into the sewer system cause any capacity issues for other people?
Although we use a lot of water, we are by no means the biggest water user in the city. It's my understanding that our water pollution control system can handle anything that we would discharge.
So that includes our sewer lines that are in our older neighborhoods, like surrounding the electric plant.
Yep. And that's a conversation that we'll be having with John Dunn and his people as we look at it. Part of the money is to look at, what sewer lines exist in and near and around the plant. Ash pond modifications, this is definitely an EPA project. What we're doing there is EPA's come out recently with new rules, and to bring our ash pond into compliance, even though we no longer burn coal, it's still considered a coal combustion residual ash pond. There is major modifications that we have to do with that. We're looking with this project, moving the ash to about 1/3 of the pond, closing that pond, relining the remaining 2/3, and continue to use it to handle not coal ash, but to handle RDF ash. And that will meet the new EPA guidelines on coal combustion residuals.
So in your description, I'm just going to read one sentence, and I think something's missing. It says the current usable volume and surface area of the ash impoundment is estimated to be 1/3, and then parenthetically says 1/2 of the original design. So it's 1/3 of what? It's your paragraph 2, last sentence.
So what's happening right now, the way to explain that is, so you have this ash pond, and we've been using it for years and years and years, so that the bottom of the ash pond is like a lake building up with silt, has been filling up with ash. So right now, it's estimated to be 1/3. Let's see if I can say this right. So the usable volume of surface area is set now at 1/3, and I think if they look at depth versus width and stuff like that, which is half of what it was originally designed. So it was originally designed to handle 2/3, is my understanding.
Okay. And so is this project going to essentially seal or encapsulate, basically put it like in a giant clay liner? Is that what you're doing? And we're just going to be done with it? And
On 1/3 of it, because we still got to use the remaining 2/3 because we're still generating ash. No coal ash. It's all refuse-derived fuel ash. But we will.
And so then, is that land reusable then, once it's sealed, or is that not because the ash is not suitable to build anything on top of, or it has to be green space, or what's our purpose or long-term plan for that land?
It will not have a lot of useful uses. I can't tell you what can or can't right now be put on top of that sealed land.
And is that to the east of the power plant?
It is to the north and east of the power plant.
Okay.
So it's kind of down the hill.
South of the lime sludge ponds then?
It's east of the limes.
It's right there with the limestone.
Yeah.
That sounds so attractive.
Lime sludge?
It's just a byproduct
Ash
of
pond.
producing energy and the great water we have here. Yeah, the terms aren't very pretty.
The next project up there, the refuse-derived fuel bin, RDF bin. This is a bin that is basically the delineation point between resource recovery and the power plant. So as resource recovery processes the waste into refuse-derived fuel, goes into the bin, that's kind of the surge capacity, and then we take it out of the bin and burn it. If you've driven by the bin, it's kind of orange. To continue to maintain the integrity of the building, we've literally foamed the walls, and we're now looking at a life extension project on the RDF bin. The route that we're going to be going on this, at one time we said, let's build the RDF bin because we're going to be in the RDF business for quite some time. We're actually looking right now if there is a way to, I'm going to call it life extend the existing one at a cheaper cost. But when these numbers were put together, this was looking at doing a major remodel of a bin. Major remodel, we're now looking at ways that maybe rather than getting a 30 or 40-year life, can we extend it 10 years, for example, so that we can get through the waste to energy study and marry those things up more closely. So we're looking at alternatives to fully rebuilding the bin.
So Don, I haven't been tracking how many of these CIP projects are contingent on the waste to energy study. Do you have an estimate of the number of things that are possibly going to shift because of that?
Of the ones that I've gone through, this is the only one right off the top of my head that would change because of the waste to energy study.
Okay.
Well, you
I thought it
mentioned
was
the
mentioned somewhere
the
else.
boiler 6 removal.
Oh, yeah. I knew it was mentioned somewhere.
What was it, Brian?
The boiler 5 and 6 removal
Oh, yeah.
could shift depending upon the study. That means if we're looking at a, well, we haven't even decided yet if we're moving away from unit 7 and unit 8. I mean, that's the whole study. I don't even want to presuppose a solution. Some of the solutions would still maintain 5 and 6, would still be needed, could fit in the 5 and 6 boiler location. There would be other options that say you forget all of this and you go build everything somewhere else. Then, yeah, the needs to take out 5 and 6 is greatly diminished. Next one is a fuel oil piping replacement. We have if you've been out to Edison, we have a oil tank and a fuel line that feeds GT1 and GT2. The line is old. We don't want it to leak. And so we're looking at replacing that. Want to do it this next year for about $150,000. Coal yard reclamation, we no longer burn coal. We've removed the lion's share of the coal. It's kind of a green space now. If you've been over there, it's growing grass. And at some point, we want to determine to do something with it. There is still some coal there because when that was built years and years and years ago, it's my understanding there were houses there. They took the houses down, but the basements are still there. So we need to go in there and make sure that whatever's in there, if we have to clean that out, if we put dirt on it and things like that. So it's basically reclaiming that old coal yard site. And then the fuel oil tank removal. We no longer burn diesel fuel to light off unit 7 and 8. Those are also sitting over in the coal yard. We'd like to get those things out of the ground.
And are those pumped out of all oil?
I would never say that all of the oil is gone, but the lion's share. I believe Resource Recovery uses some of it, like when they're in their process, or we were drawing out of those tanks when we were grinding here back in December.
Because obviously, if there was a lot of oil in there, the soil contamination remediation, just the 235 is going to be a small drop in the bucket for what's going to take care of that. So I was just curious, since you said they're 30 years old, that's expected tank life. Just didn't know if we'd evacuate those tanks. I know you're going to have a little bit of sediment or a little bit of residue in the bottom, but then you have to be concerned about ballasting. Those things are like giant balloons underground, essentially, and they could potentially float. So I was just curious how we can try and mitigate, and as you said in your report, to avoid causing expensive cleanup, essentially. So
That's right. And we've inspected them recently in the last year or two and found that they're still structurally intact. So we continue to monitor that and know that they're still in good shape. But yeah, we want to get them out. We will not leave them there. And then the last one that I put on here, we talked with council last year about a waste to energy study. And as we look at this, I think we had some money set aside. It was in the $50,000 range. And when you really start thinking about a waste to energy study, it's rises to the same level that we looked at when we were trying to decide between coal and natural gas. And that study cost about $300,000. So to make sure that we take a very good hard look, especially with everything that council and the community is interested in, we looked at making it, last year it was going to be in our O&M budget. This year we put it into our CIP budget to make sure that we do a very thorough study and look at what is the best long-term strategy to turn the county's waste into energy. And that's the last project on the other. Last slide.
Down in your description, you say that the power plant operates by combusting RDF and natural gas at approximately a 1-to-9 ratio.
Yes, sir.
Is that by weight, or what is that?
So by weight, it's a 30 to 70, or 30% is RDF by weight to 70% natural gas. A 1-to-9 ratio is by BTU, British thermal units.
Because I see that in our city side, they do a nice job of reporting how much of our energy was generated by RDF. I think the latest one was from October. In our January one, I think it said 1.3% of our energy was generated by RDF. So I just was trying to reconcile the 1.3% to the 1-to-9 ratio.
There's a couple of number crunching in there. So if, let's assume that the power plant generates 40% of our energy, and let's assume 10% of the 40% is from RDF, that's how you end up with what
Thank you.
appears.
Yep.
Okay. And then those are my key points. I won't carry them through. So,
Any other questions you might have? Okay.
thank you.
Thanks, Don.
WPC.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council.
Evening, John.
As we get started, first I want to introduce a couple folks who've followed me up to the front of the room. These are the folks that take this from being words on a piece of paper and actually implement the projects. With us tonight is Neil Weiss, our Assistant Director, and our environmental engineers, Chris Evans and Ashley Giesman. Ashley's got about 3 weeks under her belt in that role now. Dustin Albrecht is our environmental specialist. And Joe Krebs is the Water Pollution Control Plant Assistant Superintendent. The superintendents and the assistant superintendents at the plants also do a lot of implementing of these projects, and they're intimately involved when we're doing stuff inside their sandbox. So, did I catch everybody that made it tonight?
You have sandboxes out there too, or? Dude. I thought it was like all water.
So we're going to start with the drinking water. The summaries are on pages 46 and 47, and the first project is on page 48. and that's the water supply expansion. This is a project that you've seen before. We actually bid this last summer, and you might recall that the bids came in over the budget. And so because we are increasing the budget on the project, we're changing the schedule on it, and we've also changed the funding source to now reflect financing this through a loan through the Drinking Water State Revolving Fund. We wanted to represent it to you in a new page. So this would add 3 new wells that would be constructed in North River Valley Park, so essentially up Stagecoach Road, kind of in the floodplain area. That field has the potential in the future that we could probably add 2, maybe 3 additional wells in that same well field in the future.
I have a question about the funding. Do I have this right, that the state revolving funds ultimately turn into utility fees? Is that how it gets paid back to the state revolving fund?
Yes, they're paid back out of the water fund.
Okay, good. Thank you.
John, when you say that the currently developed water supply is adequate to meet normal demands until at least 2025, are we taking into account the planning for the 2040 plan, and what mark are we hitting at 2025? So we've got, 5 more years?
Yeah, that number was pulled out of the 2013 study that Fox Engineering did when they were designing the capacity for the new treatment plant, and they had a projected capacity curve that they gave us. It's a little hard to truly quantify groundwater capacity because it's dependent on, the water elevation. Are you in a drought, not in a drought? That's our best guess. And all we're really trying to convey is that we're not under an immediate pressure today for capacity, that we've got adequate capacity, we believe, in the short term. And these wells would be not only to increase the capacity, but also to provide replacement capacity, as wells in the downtown well field need to be replaced. Some of those oldest wells are 70 years old now, and we are seeing occasionally some issues in the casing, and some of them just under development pressure even may need to be abandoned and moved somewhere else. So our next project on page 49 is the demolition of the old water treatment plant. This will remove all of the treatment structures at that site, but it will not touch the existing technical services complex. That's the 2-story brick building there that was built in the 1990s, the home of our laboratory and our water meter group.
Tim, your car's there. You notice that?
Yeah.
I thought that was the power plant,
Yeah.
57 Chevy, right?
And I described this as a plan to do a sustainable demolition. I say that not knowing entirely what that means yet.
Yeah, watch out. Gloria.
Our consultants, as we go to select them, that's going to be one of the factors that we evaluate in selecting somebody to do the design of the demolition plan, is how we can maximize the recycling and minimize the amount of material from the demolition that ends up in a landfill. So like salvaging all the copper. There's a lot of wiring in a facility like that. Salvaging copper would be one of the examples. Page 50 is our advanced metering infrastructure project. This is a project that we're now at about the 50% mark of changing out our entire inventory of meters. The schedule change there is just taking the few meters in each of those first 4 years that we didn't get finished and putting all of that chunk right at the end of the schedule.
How are the new meters functioning?
So far, they're functioning well, and we've only had a few locations each year that we haven't been able to get into, and so that's good. We're keeping up on the schedule.
Okay.
Page 51 is our Lime Lagoon expansion. The lagoons are used to hold the lime softening residual that comes from the softening process. 100% of that material each year is recycled. It goes on farm fields as ag lime, so it's reducing the amount of lime that has to be quarried out of the ground. The economics of doing that rely on us dewatering it to the maximum extent possible, so we're not paying a contractor to haul water out of the facility. And so as we can grow the amount of storage that we have, the longer we can hold it, if we can get that material to go through 1 or maybe 2 freeze-thaw cycles, that actually dewaters it pretty effectively. So the first year we've got rebuilding trench drains in the 3 existing cells. And then in fiscal years 22, 23, 23, 24 is going into a much larger cell, an 8-acre cell, and we're systematically subdividing that over time. So about every 7 to 8 years, we're constructing a new subcell in there to continue not only to stay ahead of the capacity, but also give us additional holding time.
John, in your report, it says that the drain tile may have been damaged due to excavation of line from the cells using the backhoe.
Yeah.
Are there ways to try and avoid that, like by covering those drains with gravel covers or something like that to get them deeper so they would not be damaged and avoid that from happening? Or
Yeah, when they were originally installed, the cap that went over the top of them was a soil cement mix to try to make it harder so that the backhoe operators could tell a difference when they hit it. But it's been almost 20 years since we did those, and after 20 years of excavating and the teeth on the backhoes digging around, they're starting to get damaged, and I think that's going to be every 15 to 20 year thing that we'll need to do.
and then where do the drain tiles drain to? Because it's going to have what's the water chemistry of the water that's going into those drain tile?
It gets pulled out of those lagoons and it goes into some other older lime lagoons, and it just disappears. It's percolating down through the ground. We know on the other side of the train tracks, if you test the groundwater there, that's the softest groundwater in Ames, is right there on the other side of the train tracks. So that's where that water's going.
Can't we just do that citywide and just make the water disappear?
Just make it disappear. Page 52 is our water plant facility improvements. This is just a collection of projects that don't fit well with the other pages. A couple of those that I'd highlight for you. In 22-23, we're going to be adding additional high service pumps to the pump station at the new plant. The pump station there was designed with a 15 million gallon per day pumping capacity, but initially only 5 million gallons per day of pumps were installed. And we're going to add the next 2 pumps. And then a few years down the road, I think roughly 8 to 10 years out, then we would put the final 2 pumps in. We are also planning in that same fiscal year on a SCADA server replacement. Much like Don was talking about, 5 to 6 years is about the maximum life we want to let the servers go before we're replacing them. Page 53 is a distribution system monitoring network. This will allow us to monitor what's happening in the distribution system in real time. With a network of pressure monitors, we're hoping that will enable us to be able to detect water main breaks quicker, and also by triangulating between different sensors, allow us to pinpoint where the breaks have occurred, increases our response time. It also, if we were to ever have a major break that would require a boil water advisory, having multiple sensors will allow us to delineate and make that boil water zone as small as possible, so we're not having to guess what the pressures were in the system.
John, do you have any idea on average how long it takes us to identify a water main break?
Well, it depends on how big the break is. Some small ones, it might take a few days before the water even comes to the surface. Big ones, the operators can see them within about 5 minutes of when it happens. But right now, the response is to call, like to the police department, and say, keep your eyes out, look for water in the street.
And how many breaks do we have in a winter? I think I know, but I think people need to understand.
Yeah, Justin.
That's okay. You can. Are you coming up later on?
We average about
30 water main breaks a year.
But this one was been higher.
Pardon me?
But this year, Justin, how many did you have? More?
We're not.
I just think people don't understand how much our staff go out in the middle of winter and they're dealing with water main breaks, and it's just like you guys are out there and playing in water when it's like below zero, and it's just like so. Anyway, so how many do we have?
Yeah, we average about 30 a year. Last year we were, I think, above 40. We had a higher number last year, but what we see is it's kind of cyclical. We will see years that are higher than years that are lower, but it all comes down to average in that 30 range. I think this year, I don't want to jinx ourselves, but we've gone a while without one. We're knocking on wood right now. I would say we're right on track for probably an average year at the moment.
And the size of the lines, are they big lines that break or the big?
We've seen more breaks recently on larger diameter mains, and those are the ones that obviously, as John was saying, the plant operators see those immediately, and then we can respond usually within 45 minutes, hour tops. We're on scene, throttling the water down and taking care of it that way. The majority of our breaks, however, do happen on smaller mains, 6-inch diameter, 4-inch diameter mains. Those are the ones that are a little bit more brittle. They're older in age. They're from the 50s, 60s, 40s, that vintage.
Okay, thank you.
Page 54 is a project that would add standby power to the youth sports complex wells. These wells right now are about a third of our water supply source. And if we can get them on standby power, if there was ever a catastrophic power loss, that would give us enough water to meet our average day demands. We have typically shown this project in year 3 of the CIP in anticipation of grant money coming forward. If money does come available, we would come to you and ask to immediately accelerate the project. Until then, we leave it hanging out in year 3 of the CIP. Page 55 is the East Industrial Tank. And really the timing on this is going to be dependent on the timing of growth in the park, the type of growth that occurs, and the location where that growth occurs. So it's shown right now for design in year 3 and construction in year 4, but that could float forward or backwards depending on what happens in the park.
So Steve, so let's just say that we had a need for a water tank because we had a business coming in and it all fit with all of our requirements. And you got the 5-year bonds set up. You and Dwayne got it up for like 10, 12 million a year, right? In terms of your.
Well, remember these are revenue bonds are for low interest loans. These are not general obligation bonds.
Okay, gotcha.
But that need will not show itself within the next 6 months. We're going to have a tower. We'll have some advance notice on that. So we'll be able to financially plan for that. We would make adjustments perhaps on other projects, or maybe we raise rates to borrow more money through revenue bonds. So you want to try to avoid those revenue bonds as much as you can. They're a little bit more onerous than the general obligation bonds. So but we'll be able to react because it doesn't happen overnight.
And then we'll see the rate structure coming later
You'll see
on,
that.
right?
Yep.
And so your rate structure increases take this into account, I presume,
Yes.
then, John?
Yeah, that's built into the models and the rates that you'll see.
And could any businesses open in the industrial park without that elevated tower?
Yeah, they certainly
So
could.
yeah, we have enough pressure out there that if you had something that was a low water use, but they just needed fire suppression, and because most industries out there are probably going to need a fire suppression system in there just to meet their building code requirements. But would that be adequate? It's just a high volume that would be different.
Yeah, it would depend on the type of development. If it's a high water using business that came in, we would probably need it. If it's somebody that's dealing with flammable product, they would probably need it for firefighting. Okay. If they need it just for typical office uses, probably not.
Okay.
Remind me, have we decided what this elevated tank is going to be called?
We have not. There have been a number of names thrown around, none of which have stuck yet.
I don't know what the other ones are called.
Page 56 is the addition of the 4th pump to the SAM pump station. This is at State and Mortensen. This is the pumps that provide pressure to the southwest quarter of the city or so. When we designed the pump station, we knew eventually we were going to need additional pumping capacity, so a bay was built for it. And now as the demand has grown and we've had to double up pumps a little more frequently out there, we think it's time for redundancy to add that 4th pump. Then page 57 is the last project in the drinking water side, and this is our Ada Hayden water quality study. We've been doing this on about an every 5 to 7 year cycle since before the city acquired the park. It really is for 2 purposes. One is to make sure that the water quality remains high for recreational purposes, and also to continue to track the water quality and the suitability for using that water as an indirect emergency water supply. So we do this every 5 years with a 2-year monitoring event. And each of those 2-year events, we're out there monthly at multiple locations in the park collecting samples.
So given all the development that's been done in the last couple of years out there, and given what seems to be a fairly minor investment, $23,000 a year, do you think would it be prudent to move those up or not? I have no frame of reference, but the point is that there's been a lot of houses that have been built up there. You probably got a lot more surface runoff coming in from the, yards and the like. I just didn't know.
So we had a pretty robust conversation about this. I was pressing for annual, but we heard from staff that really wasn't necessary. So out of deference to sort of the scientific standards, we sort of stayed with the 2-year monitoring.
I was trying to go back through my notes and try and find that this afternoon. I didn't have any luck.
No, it makes total sense.
The rationale is that the water quality, there can be year-to-year fluctuations just based on weather patterns.
That's right.
And if you're trying to compare from one year to the next year, it's hard to really draw conclusions. You need to have data points farther apart to do that. And so that's why we do 2 years back to back. So if you get an unusual year, you're kind of averaging them out. But having more data points, I don't think makes us any more information rich.
Thank you.
And the last time we had one was 17, 18?
17 and 18, right? And comparing the results then across I think the 3 previous sampling events, there'd been no appreciable change in water quality.
Maybe you just take just a quick second, since John has raised the issue. A lot of people who watch this are going to be very sensitive to this subject. Could you just give us a quick review of the steps that we take to inform homeowners north and around Ada Hayden about the importance of how they take care of their yards and water quality? Yeah,
we would certainly, the first thing that we would encourage folks is no phosphorus up there. That's really the nutrient that's going to drive algae blooms in the lake. So no phosphorus. The Rose Prairie development, it's actually it's a conservation subdivision. So there's things in place that would control open space and the water that comes off of that. But also when the park was designed, there were different types of wetlands that were constructed that are going to intercept the runoff coming from those areas and treat it. And so far, we're seeing that the wetlands in most areas are doing what they should do. So I'm going to go ahead and move ahead to page 58 is the summary for the water pollution control facility. And the first project is on page 59. That's the plant facility improvements. Again, you can see the biggest project in there is SCADA servers and the programmable logic controllers. Many of the PLCs in the plant are still original to the 1990s vintage. We need to get those replaced. So that's the big expense on that page. Page 60 is the digester improvements, and this is actually the tail end of a multi-year, multi-million-dollar rehabilitation into the digesters. This is the treatment scheme that takes the solids that are removed from the liquid and stabilizes it with heat, bacterial action in an anaerobic environment. It stabilizes it, reduces the pathogens, reduces the volume of the sludge, makes it suitable for application on farm ground. What this project is that's left is just a waste pump, 3 waste pump replacements. But while this photo is up here, I do want to give you a heads up on a change order that could be coming to you on the existing contract that's already underway. This is the secondary digester, and it's the gas holder, and you can kind of see how the lid on it floats up and down as the gas levels in the tank go up and down. And during the rehabilitation project, the overflow pipe from that tank became plugged, and the tank became overfilled, and that lid actually floated up and tipped. Now, fortunately, the operators caught it right away. We reduced the level and the lid sat back down in place, which was a good thing. But some of the joints and the connections between the lid and the tank itself have been damaged, and we need to do some repairs on them. And so Neil's been working with our consulting engineers on that to try to determine whether we can do that cost effectively through a change order with our existing contractor, or if we think we can get better pricing by going out and bidding it as a standalone project, we will. But one way or another, you're likely to see a $250,000 project coming for repairs on that lid.
Now, was that plug caused by the construction, or is it, what, do you know what it caused?
I don't think so. The material in there is prone to creating deposits in the pipe real hard. It's not what you typically think of as hard water, but it'll build up deposits in it. And we think over time it just built up and just happened to occur during the construction project. So page 61 is our watershed-based nutrient reduction project. This is focusing on land practices in the watershed. It's really kind of a first for us, looking outside the fence. Just to reiterate, we're targeting projects that not only provide nutrient reduction potential, but also have other stacked benefits like flood mitigation, erosion control, bank stabilization, maybe projects that provide recreational opportunities or source water protection, other things in addition to the nutrient reduction. One of the kind of the underpinnings of the financial reason that we wanted to do this was to be able to take the nutrient reduction credits that are achieved by doing these and bank them so that if in the future the nutrient permit limits change, we've got this bank of credits that we've already built up. And the Department of Natural Resources continues to be receptive to that. We have a conference call with them on Friday to work on a memorandum of understanding to guarantee that those credits remain banked. And we're also continuing to work with a lot of partners because this is not our wheelhouse. This is not our area of expertise. So Neil has been working with Tracy Warner and with Keith Abraham and their teams looking for projects on city property because we shouldn't be talking to other people about what they need to do on their land if we're not doing it on ours first. And then we've also been in conversations with other partners such as the Iowa Soybean Association. We're continuing to work with them on getting some projects lined up for the Skunk River watershed. And hopefully later this spring, we'll have something we can bring back to you on that as well.
So you mentioned in your report about working with the Iowa League of Cities. And I saw this in Steve's letter. He talks about the Soybean Association. Farm Bureau is very, I learned last year they carry a lot of weight at the State House as well too. I don't want to take time and night, but I think it'd be prudent if we could meet just to have an update of where we at, what I can be doing down at the State House this year in terms of advocating to try and get this, because we talked about this before and last year. If we can try and capture at the point of source, the nitrates, and be partnering with these different groups, it sure be benefit not only us, but also benefits the overall, quality of the water as well too. But
right, and that's where I think the value of partnering with groups like the Soybean Association comes from, because that's their world. They understand it, and they're going to carry a lot more credibility talking to a farmer than I would if I showed up on.
Well, and I know talking to some farmers over in here in Story County, they don't want to see their nitrogen washed, through the drain tile. They said that's just like flushing, money down the drain essentially. So they're about that as well too. So the more we can do to try and help on multiple fronts, it makes complete sense. I applaud that you're, looking for those different ways to do it and putting some money towards that.
I need help just quickly. When we started on council, several of us, the price tag of this was $36 million. And it was sort of dangling out in front of us. And over time, there's been lobbying efforts to try to do something so that we wouldn't have to spend that. So we've got now $41 million budgeted, but yet we're also looking at aggressive nutrient reduction projects. So connect the dots for me. Where are things from a regulatory perspective That's question number one. And secondly, how do we know that these projects will actually be given credit to us? In other words, could we do these projects and then we find out, sorry, this doesn't help you at all?
Yeah, that's what the conversation on Friday with the Department of Natural Resources is about, is a memorandum of understanding that says if the city commits to doing projects like this, the DNR commits to providing credit towards future permit requirements.
But I thought this was an EPA matter, not a DNR.
It's both. The Iowa nutrient reduction strategy is an Iowa specific strategy. The rationale behind doing it was if we don't do something somewhat rational at the state level, then the federal government would step in and we may find what they're mandating less rational. And so that was the whole rationale behind getting the nutrient reduction strategy prepared.
I apologize. So is it true that we don't know the status of the administrative rules, the requirements? I just need to know what the law is on this.
It's so for point sources under the nutrient reduction strategy, it becomes a permit issue. And so the next time the NPDES permit for our facility is issued, it would have a requirement in there for us to begin implementing nutrient reduction of some sort. It would require us to do a study and implement the project that made the most sense for us. And that's the step that we've already completed. We actually got a letter from the state in December saying that they have received and accepted our nutrient reduction proposal.
Which includes these projects that you're proposing here,
Right.
which is both on page 61 and 62. Is that right, John?
That's correct.
Okay,
I think that we're
I'm going to take my question offline after this. I'll try one more time. So today, we don't know whether we're going to have to put this filtration system in.
It's not a permit requirement yet, but we expect that it will be the next time a permit is issued to us.
Okay, so that means on page 62, the $40 million, we're on the hook for that.
Yes.
All right, and I'm very sad to hear that.
And to follow up, the even getting full credit for the watershed-based nutrient reduction, that we don't even believe that would put us in the ballpark for achieving the numbers that we understand are being required by the DNR. Is that true?
Right. The number of acres in the watershed that would have had to have gone into these practices to fully offset the load at the facility was an unrealistic number. We just could not tell the DNR with a straight face that that's what we were going to do.
So we have like a magnitude problem for that project, for the
Right.
watershed-based project. And so the remaining question is really, are the permitting requirements going to stick with the sort of levels that they've been saying so far?
But Tim, don't you remember we did the study?
Oh,
For the
I do
consultants.
remember this, but this is different here.
This is exactly what was approved by the city council. It's not that it was necessarily cheaper, but it gives us more realistic time to implement it so we could spread the cost out over time.
But
We're
there
talking
was,
about 62.
we have had a lobbyist in DC acting on the city's behalf, hoping that we could have some flexibility and not have to put the filtration system in, right? So what I'm hearing tonight is the filter is going to go in, and in addition to that, we're going to be doing these watershed projects.
That's correct. And what Steve is saying is correct. What the consultants were able to get the state to agree to is a 3-phase, 20-year implementation of the nutrient reduction strategy. So that $40 million is now spread over 20 years as opposed to having to be a single $40 million project.
But we still have to put in this filtration system.
We do still have to put it in. Now, I would remind you that of that 40 million, there's about 8.5 million that we would have to do anyway to repack the trickling filters. There were additional, I can't remember the exact number, $1.5 million worth of modifications that would be needed to meet anticipated ammonia limit increases. And so certainly not all of that $40 million, but a portion of that was going to need to be spent anyway. And another element of the phasing plan the consultants put together for us is this now gives us over the next 20 years 3 different bites at the capacity apple for the facility. So we don't have to sit here today and try to guess what's coming in the industrial park and build capacity to meet that. In each of these 3 phases, we can adjust the capacity of the tanks and increase the capacity of the treatment plant.
So is that also a safeguard so that if, I'm always nervous about the government moving the target. And
No, there's
making more,
no safeguard. That's one of the frustrations.
but if we're doing it in 3 chunks, it's possible that maybe you could increase the removal of the nitrates if we have to become even more stringent in our discharge. So you could actually, if you did one big project, that's your one chance, and all of a sudden, if they all of a sudden lower it, you got to do another project, and we got to try and increase the capacity. Whereas you're saying over 20 years, 3 chunks might give us the opportunity to do multiple things. One is increase capacity, or maybe even try and pick up the increased discharge requirements. Is that right? Is that true, or?
Yeah, it is true. And I would say, Tim, that reality is there for every parameter in our permit. There's no guarantee that the BOD limit's not going to change next year, or that they're not going to add, like Don was talking about, a copper number to our limit that requires us to do some other type of modification.
In fact, that's what happened with our WBC plant, remember? When we protested that, remember? When we opened it up, we were in violation of the new requirements already, and then we tried to get them to extend that. That was our dispute.
If people are wondering why I feel like I'm whining a bit about this, is that what we know is that the municipal contribution to nitrogen in the Gulf, depending on the study you read, is between 3 and 8% of the nitrogen that hits that. So the state of Iowa is going to spend, maybe these are old numbers now, roughly $1 billion in municipal improvements and have a negligible impact on the Gulf. Whereas if we took that money and put it towards real things that we know work towards reducing nitrogen, then it would have a real impact. And so that's the frustration I have, is that we have bureaucrats that are driving decisions that actually won't change anything in the Gulf. That's the reality.
Yeah.
That's why I'm whining.
There are also added benefits to the watershed nutrient reduction besides nutrient reduction. I don't know if you explained to it, but there are some benefits for flooding too, remember?
Right.
Working up there. So there's a secondary, maybe equally important benefit to do that.
And
Our
also,
frustration's not with our staff.
No.
Frustration's with
We have
the-
rock stars for staff. It's that we're going to do all this. The taxpayers are going to shoulder this, and it's not going to change anything.
Well, the ratepayers are.
Mhm.
Right.
Their advantage is
The
that
ratepayers.
we're able to spread out this a little more uniformly for our ratepayers as well, too. Is that correct?
right.
Right.
Yeah, over the 20 years, it'll have the same rate impact. It's just not hitting all at once on day one.
Thank you for entertaining these questions.
Certainly.
And bearing up with our frustrations.
So page 63 then is the cogeneration system maintenance. The cogen system we use, it's a combined heat and power. So we're generating heat to heat the digesters that drives that whole process, and also generating electricity by capturing the methane gas that comes off. And we're currently generating about 20% of the electricity on site. The first phase of that is the project that's underway right now to replace methane generator number 1 with a dual fuel boiler, new controls, and new electrical switchgear. And then in fiscal year 22-23, we're going to replace methane generator number 2, which is the one shown in the picture. We're also going to add a gas conditioning system to scrub some of the contaminants out of the gas before it goes to the engines, and then also modify the grease receiving station.
And remind me, when we talked about this cogeneration system before, it was the grease receiving station. So we currently don't take like commercial grease in delivery for, like if that's right, someone gets their grease trap pumped.
We do some.
We do some,
Yeah.
but this will allow us to do more of it, or?
Yeah, it'll allow us to take more. It'll make it easier for the staff and for the hauler when they're unloading by having a facility that's truly designed for that purpose.
Yeah, good.
And what would you do if you didn't have cogeneration? Would you have to just burn off the methane?
Yeah, we would have to flare off the methane. When you burn it in an engine, you are releasing CO2. But if we were just releasing the methane itself, is in terms of greenhouse gas, the methane is 4 times as potent of a greenhouse gas as the CO2. And then we'd be buying electricity that was generated somewhere else, creating other greenhouse gases. And then we would have to be buying methane, natural gas, and burning that in a boiler to heat the digesters. So this is a
You have to buy
pretty
natural
smart
gas.
system.
You have to buy natural gas is what you,
Right.
not,
Right.
Okay.
Page 64 is an electrical system maintenance project. We just have all the switchgear on a 5-year cycle. And it's kind of a cyclical but big expense, so we budget for it in the CIP. They come through with thermal imaging cameras and look for flaws in the insulation. They tighten all the lugs, make sure all the bus bars are clean. And then our final project is on page 65, and that's a modification to the headworks of the facility. It'd be replacing grit conveyors, grit removal units, replacing the 2 original bar screens with the newer style that we just added in the 3rd cell. This at a $10 million project, and this would also be occurring at roughly the same time that the nutrient modifications are happening. So it's possible that we may package this all together as a single construction project, but for now, in terms of tracking the expenses, we're still showing them as separate projects. And that is our plan for you for the CIP this year.
Thank you.
Can you just comment? I just think people don't understand what a great job you do out there at the wastewater treatment plant. Can you share with the council or my council and the audience just your track record and compliance and how that compares to nationwide? Because I think staff need to be commended for all the work you do and how much pride, and it could be just a job.
Yeah, we received notification today that our application has been received by the National Association of Clean Water Agencies for a Platinum 30 award. So that's 3 consecutive decades now with 100% compliance with the discharge permit. And assuming that the facility in New Jersey didn't have a violation, we're number 2 in the country right now.
Well, and just explain what that means. That when you got some kind of alarm or something going on Christmas Day, you got people that are out there making sure it works properly, right?
There's
share what's going on out
the
there.
facility is staffed 24/7. So yeah, when everybody is snuggled in on Christmas Eve, there's an operator at the facility operating the plant.
Yeah, I just think that sometimes we don't understand what goes on to make our systems work, and just the pride that they take. And congratulations on the platinum. Just shows what we're trying to do to be good neighbors and try and do what we're supposed to be doing.
Yeah.
So
We added it up when we did this permit application, and it's now 72,000 numeric limits that have been complied with in a row without a violation. So that's every day an operator not saying it's not worth it today. One violation, that doesn't matter. They've never done that.
yeah. Well, thank you.
Good job, John.
That was sanitary.
Good evening. I'd first like to start by introducing the Public Works Division heads who put a lot of work into this document as well as in carrying it out throughout the year. Tracy Warner with Engineering, Bill Schmidt with Resource Recovery, Damian Pregitzer with Traffic, and Justin Clausen with Operations. And not able to be with us tonight is McKinley Ritter in Admin, and she put a lot of work into this as well. So thanks to all of them. So we begin tonight in the utilities section with water distribution. So we have one program, and this is our annual water system improvement program. We generally focus on replacing the older mains in town, the 4s, the sixes, the mains that are getting old, causing the break problems like Justin had said, also to improve water capacity, water quality, and firefighting capabilities. Next in utilities is sanitary sewer. We have our annual clear water diversion program. I'll start at the bottom there. That's an annual program that we build collector lines so that homeowners can hook up their sump pumps to storm lines and get that clean water out of the sanitary sewer and then bring capacity to both the lines and the plant. Then our bigger project, the sanitary sewer system improvements on page 69. That's based off our sanitary sewer system evaluation. And that overall effort, I believe, was in the upper $20 million. So we carry out about $4+ million a year of sewer improvements. And the intent is to get the inflow and the infiltration out of the sanitary sewer system. Again, that clean water, keep it out. And on page 70, Steve, do you want to talk about that?
Yes, I placed this project in here for the first time. Sometime back, the council was made aware of the area on East 13th Street, east of Highway 35, which we've actually annexed, and it's ready for development. As you know, there is not a sewer that extends out to that particular area from Dayton Road. So what I'm proposing to open up that area was to build a $2.5 million sewer, but I'm not suggesting it comes from property taxes or for utility fees. What we're going to try to do is, if we consummate a development agreement, the first building alone that could go out in the first development out there will allow us to pay through a tax increment financing, pay off that debt in a relatively short period of time. That's without all the other buildings that will follow. So we're not going to move ahead with this until under this recommendation, until I would complete the negotiations with the developer. Remember, we talked about redoing the development agreement that exists with the Bucky Wolford development out there and opening it up. So while it'll benefit that specific developer, because it'll be this first project in, actually, I'm just trying to get a sewer extension out to an area that you've designated for development. So we'll serve past just this one development there. So you have not seen this particular project in the CIP, but you have discussed it previously, or I believe the city council has talked about it.
Steve, how will you determine, or how will staff determine what size to make that, since we're kind of uncertain in terms of, growth scenarios, and even if council decides in the 2040 plan not to go with tier 1, 2, 3, and 4 out there, what kind of process will you go through? And that might affect the price of the project too, wouldn't it, or not?
To a degree, we've looked at what the projected development is for that area. And then if there's any further development to the east, and also with the East Industrial, if there's any further development out there beyond what we already have planned, then we'll have to have a new trunk line that goes down to the plant. So we've designed it to serve that initial capacity.
So all of it, if they did long-term, if that all would develop, it might be served by 2 different sewer lines. This one might pick up part of it, and then the rest of it might come from a new sewer line that would pick up the East Industrial that you're saying, and go under 30
That's right.
then.
Yep.
Good question.
Can I just back up for a second too, John? I want to point out, and just to our citizens, and that is on project 16, on page 69, there's a note that the 2019 residential satisfaction survey showed, and this is just showing that these projects are in response to the survey, and we're trying to really pick up what's important to our citizens.
That's right.
And when they dog you, and I noticed that there's quite a few of them in your projects. So if you want to, when you go through and just point out, it's another one, because I think it just want our residents to know we are listening and we are trying to respond, and also applies to transportation as well too. So
Sure. Yep.
thanks for putting that in. It's helpful to see how that's tying in together.
This is an important program for getting that clean water out of the sanitary sewer system, and helps eliminate backups that people experience. Then in stormwater, I'll first talk about on page 74, the stormwater system analysis. So this effort will be similar to the one that was conducted for the sanitary sewer system. So we'll be doing an analysis of our entire stormwater system, identifying capacities, capacity issues, and future improvements that would improve the system. So we've been banking up, if you want to say, for the last few years, the funding to do this. Engineering staff has been working on a request for proposals, so we'll be getting that out the door and starting the effort this spring.
And is this the project for the Kearney involves the Kearney property or not?
No, this is, well, the one I'll talk about next is, but this is just an analysis of the entire stormwater network across the city. But thank you. Then on page 73 is the river flooding mitigation project. So that's on the South Duff, Squaw Creek, the South Duff area. And that's the Kearney property that council has been discussing a couple of times over the past year.
And Red Lobster and Jim Howe.
Yep. So we
Right.
received notification
Big chunk.
today after many, many years that we will be awarded the grant we applied for. Special recognition should go to Tracy here. If you remember, it was actually turned down, but she stuck with it, had to rewrite it, met with FEMA and also Homeland Security to make sure it qualified. So she didn't give up on this project, and it's going to save us millions of dollars, but it's actually going to also help reduce flooding in that South Duff area. So kudos to Tracy.
Thank you, Tracy.
This is the $3.78 million grant? Wonderful. Thank you. Yeah.
That's helpful.
A lot of smiles up here, and I think out in the community too. So, good job. Thank you. That's great news.
Good.
So you have that project done tomorrow, then? Is that right? Or
Right.
what is the schedule then? Just out of curiosity on that one project, John.
Tracy, do you guys have any general schedule identified yet?
Obviously, you just found out today, but I was just curious. Can you kind of just talk about what you think happening? That's the bridge, and that's the land on both, or not the bridge, but it's area on both sides.
Yeah, so the project includes channel improvements to about 2,000 feet each side of the South Duff Bridge. So I talked to Iowa Homeland Security, and we were notified even before they were today. So they say that this is huge for the state, not only the Ames community, but the state, getting this nationally competitive grant and actually successfully being awarded it. She's worked on a couple of other applications since that are a lot smaller. And so they will work on a funding grant application or agreement. And so we'll bring that forward. And then once we have that, then we can start moving forward with land acquisition and the final design to get it. I would really like to have it constructed next winter when water levels are lower. Wintertime is a good opportunity for construction such as this with the vegetative restoration in the spring. We'll see. Hopefully we can hit that schedule.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next in utilities, we have resource recovery. So this program annually identifies the larger maintenance items that we need to take care of at the plant to keep it running optimally. We have, of course, smaller ongoing maintenance that's in the operating budget, but this is the bigger ticket items that we program every year. Then we move into the transportation section of the CIP. I've highlighted some projects I'll go over individually, but other than those, we have concrete and seal coat pavement improvement programs. We also have right-of-way restoration. So what that program's intended to do is follow up behind these street projects and properly restore the right-of-way to the as good or better condition than when we got there. And we found this is a better approach than trying to leave that restoration effort with the paving contractor. This way we can have it performed by and focused on by a expert in that field. So the first project I want to go over is the Cherry Avenue extension. That's on page 87. So this will be extending Cherry Avenue south from Lincoln Way to connections with Southeast 3rd and Southeast 5th.
I'm struggling to understand how this is going to help traffic on South Duff. Can you help me understand how that will?
Sure. Right now, any either north to eastbound or west to southbound traffic has to go through Lincoln Way and Duff. So as you can imagine, there's probably a lot of people from the eastern side of town or east of town that want to go to Target, Walmart. Now they'll now be able to access those eastern parts through Cherry and then go east on Lincoln Way rather than going through Duff.
I've forgotten, are we planning any traffic lights at Cherry and Lincoln Way? Anything like that?
Right. We'll have to have a signal there at Lincoln Way to direct traffic and keep it flowing correctly.
So John, I see this involves replacing the existing 4-inch water main. Do we know how many miles of 4-inch main we still have left to replace?
We do. I don't have that number off the top of my head unless Tracy or Justin does.
I believe we're just under 10 miles left of 4-inch main. I think that was as of last year, so I'm not sure what we did, but it's roughly in that frame.
Thanks.
Next on page 88 is the arterial street pavement improvements. So this will be on 13th Street from Duff to Meadow Lane. Next on 89 is the Collector Street pavement improvements. This will be on East 20th Street, east of Duff to Meadow Lane. You'll note that goes in front of the golf course entrance. So as you'll see when Keith comes up, he has a project to redo the clubhouse at Homewood. So if these projects happen to overlap, we'll make sure that their contractors always have proper access.
East 13th Street.
Next on page 91 is the asphalt street improvements. So we have a couple of different general locations. North of Fellows, we have McKinley Drive. And then east of the mall, north of Car Hardware, we have Jensen and Luther.
I was just looking, it says on-street bike facilities on the East 13th Street, Duff to Meadow Lane chunk on page 88, I'm sorry.
Uh-huh.
What will that look like? Just Sharrows. I see. So not like a separated lane or anything like that. Okay.
Right.
Gotcha.
And next we have Cyride route pavement improvements on page 92. Here we have 9th Street from Grand to Clark. The next section in transportation is shared use path. Dwayne, if you want to go to the next slide, this shows a couple of different programs. On the and looking north, so that's looking towards Squaw Creek. The kind of goldish segment to the south, that's the current year program, and that'd be to pave that current gravel trail. And then proposed in 2021 for both shared use path expansion and multimodal improvements will be paving that section that you see in the background, and also making street crossing safety improvements for pedestrians and bicyclists.
Awesome.
So that improvement for the peds and bikes, along with signalizing Grand and South 16th, will meet the council directive from earlier to improve the pedestrian crossings in that Copper Beach area. Here's just an overview of all the different programs that we have throughout the CIP that encompass a shared use path improvement in one nature or another. You may recall that council direction is that we average at least 1.2 million per year over the 5-year CIP. And in this 5-year CIP, we're averaging 1.3 million per year.
John, are we still coordinating with the Ames Bicycle Coalition as to the priorities of the projects?
Yeah, the people that we visit with have changed over the years, but we still keep in close contact with them. Next, we move into traffic improvement section of the transportation portion of the CIP. The background picture is our traffic signal program. That's on page 106. So that'd be South Fifth Street at Duff. And we also have then annual programs, accessibility enhancement. That's intended to improve intersections for pedestrian and handicap accessibility, as well as occasional bike accessibility as well. And then our ongoing regional account program. And then a few projects I'd like to highlight individually are the US 69 improvements. That's on page 104. So if you look at the inset first, what this will do is extend Billy Sunday Road west to South Duff, and then make a signalized connection with the eastbound Highway 30 off-ramp.
That's looking north, is that right, John?
The inset is north is up.
So you got Wilson down there in the lower right-hand corner.
That's correct, yep. And then you can see by that green space where Billy Sunday goes between South Duff and Wilson will be eliminated, but we'll maintain the signal and the access at the fire station. So the Billy Sunday will be generally focused on the Army Reserve, the Animal Control, and the Hunziker Youth Sports Complex, and then the apartments farther down. And then Wilson, Lions Club, and Fire Department will access off Airport Road.
So this is minutia, but you've checked, I presume, with Wilson, and they're aware of that because they have auto transports that come in and are dropping off. I mean,
Yeah, I'm not sure.
that's pretty tight there in terms of navigating with a semi. I was just curious in terms of how that works. You probably already thought about that, but
Yeah, I don't know at this point. We're kind of at the programming level if we've had those individual property owner discussions yet.
Damien's got the answer for us already.
We've met with Wilson. We reached out to the National Guard, haven't talked with them yet. Obviously, there's other facilities. And then we also reached out to Hunziker Youth Sports Complex. So in the design process, we talked with Danny Wilson about their semi-truck delivery, both in the phasing of the project and in the final construction of what happens here. So yeah, we're in very close coordination with them.
So, well, you mentioned that and probably all of us have been out there to the Hunziker, which is a phenomenal facility. As you're probably aware, vehicles back up all the way, partway into this complex, waiting to get out. So by doing it here, is that going to increase the stacking distance even further back into the park, or what? Or is it going to actually relieve some of that issue?
Well, it probably would be best illustrated with some kind of simulation model to show you.
Okay.
But all I can say is a signal will provide so much capacity. It's very lumpy. It provides a lot of capacity. I think the queues that you see are because they're forcibly putting traffic down through Airport Road now. And so you have to deal with all the eastbound left turns coming from the research park, the whole south side of town.
Mhm.
By moving it up to this location, they have almost no conflict. So the queues will be able to go more quickly through the intersection. So the hope is that they won't back up so badly.
And then you might have radar, or your new traffic signal system might help with that as well too. Then for
Yes,
demand.
absolutely. Yep.
Next on page 105 are the South Dayton improvements. So the first slide portion on the left, that shows the lane improvements that we'll be making. So we'll be installing left turn lanes, right turn lanes. And then on the right, you see we'll be installing signals at both off ramps.
Is that common? It's going to seem you got a signal at 16th, you got a signal at both
Right.
off ramps. I mean, it's just
Yeah, this will be more similar to the South Duff corridor where you have, we'll have Billy Sunday, and then if you go north by George White, there's one, and then South 16th Street. There's been great traffic volume growth down in this area, and then with the DOT's flyover and their new lane configurations, they've been working closely with us and urging us to get this done.
Oh, yeah. And we had a resident someone was driving, Damien, you talked to them about the stack up that occurs on South 16th going westbound Has that been resolved, or will this be helped by part of this or not?
The initiation of this project was started with that complaint. So that's why you see the lane and capacity improvements at Dayton. The interchange is brought in because Highway 30 and a lot of the other interstate. Oh, sorry.
Oh, I see. So you're actually making a turning lane then too, huh? Is that right?
Yes. So the initial request for doing something at South 16th and South Dayton because of the congestion there is those lane improvements. The ramp terminal signalization is because here, just like we had on South Duff and South Dakota and Highway 30, the westbound off ramp, all the off ramps and aims that are not signalized are getting to a congestion level where they're queuing back up to the highway. So that was what John was talking about, coordinating with the DOT, because obviously that's a big safety issue if you're queuing back onto the highway. So the two projects found, for obvious reasons, to come together, but they started in different places.
I appreciate you responding, because I think, Council, you saw an email here a few months ago from someone that was complaining about the fact that they just could hardly even get turned from 16th onto Dayton Road to get onto 30. It was just so congested, like at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Damien got right back to him, said they were going to go out and look at it. So this is partly in response, I believe, to that as well, too. So
Absolutely.
thank you for doing that.
Is there something else about the flyover that's contributing to this congestion other than perhaps people are coming to Ames more?
Well, really, and the odd thing is, or maybe the ironic thing is that westbound so the north terminal isn't really where we're seeing the delay. It's the eastbound to turn north, because as you know, if you come eastbound off Highway 30 and you try and turn north, it's very hard to see over the crest of that bridge. So, which adds to delay, adds to people's apprehension. And then so what you would have is a signal that's providing pretty good flow of traffic north. And then you have a signal at Dayton. It's really hard to not signalize that intersection, because then it would probably take no time for that flyover traffic to again back up. So that's why it's one package deal. I think it is not ideal that the spacing, but that's why having them interconnected and coordinated will be super critical.
Thanks.
So next slide, the traffic network communication master plan was recently completed. This will be the guiding document for the intelligent transportation system that's on page 109. And Damien will just give us a quick rundown of that master plan, and then we'll move into the phasing of the ITS.
So if we hit the next slide, the previous slide just shows some of the really kind of cool, I think, technology upgrades. It's kind of hard to understate the change that this type of network and equipment upgrades. To say it modernizes our traffic transportation system is an understatement. It's going to be really cool for the community. So the blue line is phase one of what you see in the CIP. And then it goes to the green. So essentially you might be wondering, well, why did we start with the blue phase? That's obviously the most traffic in town, most congestion in town is on Duff, but it also goes right by 6th Street, which allows us to connect City Hall, which where we would have kind of our operations, all the way over to 13th Street and back to Dayton, where we could also connect in our warehouse where a lot of our operations happen. So not only is it the best corridor for, and we did apply for a pollution grant, an Iowa Clean Air Attainment Grant. We haven't been officially awarded, but if you look in the package that went to the Iowa DOT Board of Regents, it is suggested for award. So we should get our federal aid that we were asking for that first corridor. But then the overall plan not only is trying to then prioritize the next highest corridor for congestion, which is essentially Grand North, then Lincoln Way. And as it goes and as the network builds out, it builds in redundancy and loops. It will not only help with traffic as far as having traffic adaptive, we'll have real-time monitoring, video, and essentially like any kind of smart city initiative that requires some kind of connecting through a fiber network, communication network. Essentially the sky is the limit for what you could do with it. Obviously we're focusing on congestion and pollution reduction with the optimization that this network has, but it opens up a whole host of things that we could do.
So this is pretty high level. Can you just give us an example of where we would see improvement in traffic?
So one of the things, so like maybe what I could do is, so when we look at traffic management now, the typical method is you go out, you do turning movement counts, probably what, 1 day, 24-hour period for 1 day. You put all those turning movement counts into a software, say, what is my most optimal signal? Well, you've sampled 1 day, or maybe 1 peak hour, and there's a whole lot of error. This system, with it being real time, it responds to real time traffic. It optimizes based on real time traffic, and it's not just doing 1 count on 1 day of the year. It's running in the background continuously, and it uses what they call high resolution signal data. So it takes every arrival of every vehicle, bike, ped, whoever going through the intersection, says, did you get your green? Did you go? How long did you wait? And really starts to drill down and maximize it. There's just no waste. So when you have a traditional system, you have a lot of assumptions, you have a lot of error. This takes all that error out and really lets us not leave anything left on the table as far as areas to optimize of our traffic, our capacities, how we do design. Really, it's kind of hard to go through everything that it would allow us to do, but it's a quantum leap in information and the access that essentially allows the optimization that data gives to us.
One thing I've thought about is that Ames is a city that has unique traffic flow patterns. So we have game day, we have move-in day, and we just have a much more traffic, but we have the same signalization as a normal day. The system can't process this, and so we have traffic delays and backups. So I'm pretty excited about if we could help our visitors to the community on those kind of days move through the community more efficiently. That's really exciting.
Well, something that's I think is super cool about this type of system is not only that it does optimization, but you can put in a priority plan for a special event. Like, so if I want to clear out football traffic in a particular way, I can set up the system, put it in there, set all the football dates. It just automatically runs. Then you could have a priority or a type of operation for a normal workday. Like Monday through Thursdays are pretty the same. Fridays are a little bit different, and the weekends are their own kind of beast. So this would allow us to set every kind of concept of operation in the plan and then just let it run, optimize traffic. And so I think it's going to be, like I said, a quantum leap. It's going to change the way we do traffic. I'm really excited.
It'd be nice if we could somehow coordinate this with the trains. Just throwing that out there.
Well,
so if you could
we can
figure out
certainly
the train schedule and traffic more efficiently in light of a long train delay. I mean, sometimes there's easily half-mile traffic back up on Duff.
Well, what's funny about that, so the name, Intelligent Transportation System, one of the things that you can do with a system like this is when we get a call, a train preemption, right now, only the local intersection next to the train gets a signal from the train cabinet that a train is coming. But once they're all networked, everything on the network gets the signal that a train is coming. And, we could add like dynamic message signs. You could even maybe at some point, we could have real-time information on an app that says a train is coming and you could reroute. So that's what I mean. Like it opens up the communication network part of it opens up almost a limited parse. It's just a software limitation at that point. The communication is going to be a huge piece of it.
Well, that's exciting. Thanks for showcasing this.
Yep. Thanks.
So Mayor, just to point out that signal coordination is always high on the list on the satisfaction survey.
I want to go back to page 97, if you could. I want to point out, highlight a project that you need to be aware of. It's a new project that I'm recommending. What makes it unusual is this segment of the roadway, and it's dealing with widening South 16th Street from approximately, it would be just west of the Ames Christian School
Good.
to University. What makes this unusual is this segment of the road is what's known as an institutional road because property is owned on both sides by the state, Iowa State University. Interesting enough, I'm recommending that the city pays for this. There's a major reason for this, and that's because the mayor and I meet quarterly with the president of Iowa State University, and we discuss projects. Many times it's projects that are important to us when we ask for assistance, but many times they have a few projects that are important to them. With the completion of the extension of Grand Avenue down to South 16th Street, there's going to be a lot more traffic than is going to be dumped onto South 16th Street, thereby causing more traffic at the intersections of South Duff and South 16th Street, but also University and South 16th Street. Now, the University, as you know, by the way, that road is a 4-lane road until it hits that area, and it narrows down to 2 lanes. The University, of course, is concerned about that, not only the impact it will have during sporting events, but also the impact it has on the Vet Med complex. They think it's a top priority too, but quite frankly, as you know, you probably know that funding from the state has been continually being decreased. And they have, like us, they have many, many projects are high importance on campus as far as they're given an amount of money from the state to do their road work. So in all reality, although they think it's a high priority, they probably won't be in a position to make that improvement for many, many years. So for the first time in my memory, and it's over 40 years, I'm recommending that we actually pay 100% for an institutional road segment. I don't believe we're setting a precedent, because as we look in the long-range transportation plan for the next 30 or 20 years, I don't think there's going to be another example where the city is going to extend an arterial into an institutional road. That's going to cause this type of traffic congestion. So I don't think we're establishing a precedent here. Plus, through good planning from the Public Works Department, you'll notice that particular project is estimated to cost $3 million, but only about $600,000 will come from property taxes, if you will, from GO bonds. So it's unusual. I think it'll be welcomed by the university. Not that they're going to do it, but we probably have to wait a long time. You'll probably get even more complaints about that segment of the road as it narrows down. So I want to highlight that for you. You've never seen this project before.
It's a great project.
I cannot overstate how much Iowa State will appreciate this. This is a tremendous gesture and an acknowledgement of how important the university is to Ames. And I know Dr. Winterstein will be, Steve has said he's worked very hard to get this, plugged in. So kudos to Steve to, bringing that, here. But I think this just demonstrates we value them and they value us. And I think it's going to be wonderful to, when it's all said and done, that, and you get the signalized traffic. It'll take me 3 minutes to get from my home down to City Hall. It'll be wonderful, guys.
So
You guarantee that, Damien, or not?
one of the gaps in our multi-use trail that I've been frustrated about for a really long time is then the north side of South 16th as you approach, because it's a beautiful paved blacktop trail, and then it goes to gravel the last about half mile to get to University. So just to make sure I'm correct, so that's going to be a solid multi-use trail then all the way to University. Is that correct? On the north side?
No, Airport Road.
Well,
No, you mean,
it's the part where on South 16th,
It says,
approaching University.
On the CIP page, it says reconstruct the existing roadway and multi-use trail from University to Vet Med Trail. So that's
Doesn't
the
really say
segment
which
you're talking
side,
about.
though. North or south?
So,
Yeah.
I mean, obviously I'll defer to the engineers. But right now, we're making people cross to stay on the multi-use trail, cross a very busy South 16th and a place where there's marginal visibility. So if we could keep that multi-use trail, and again, this is just my opinion on that north side,
Right.
then it's just a continuous path all the way to University.
Yeah,
Mhm.
that does make sense, and we'll certainly look if that's the.
we haven't, the key part is the project has been built into the budget estimate here. No decisions made on we'll talk to the council before we make a final
But
decision
that does make
on the
sense.
design.
Wasn't that mentioned that you're going to have some kind of a crossing protection there, though?
We
or-
will
Uh,
have enhanced crossing on the Vet Med Trail, yeah.
Is that what your concern is, Tim? Is,
No,
No,
It's
I know what you
Yeah.
Brahma, did you have something?
it was just a question. Since this is new, in the sense of the city taking on an institutional road project, how should we think about decisions made about that road in the future? Like, do we, because we are investing city money into roadway improvements, do we gain some sort of right or autonomy over future decisions that are made about the road?
We
Or
don't,
is
but
it,
that raises an interesting question because we haven't asked to take over ownership of that.
so,
We did, since I've been here, I believe, we took over ownership of University, which was, no, it used to be Elwood Drive.
right, but we
There's a
don't
time-
own the shared use path on the far west of University.
No, I haven't any discussions about taking over. They may want to do that. They may not because it's the front door to their, their vet med complex.
Sure. I guess that was just my question. Is should we think about if we would want to take over then
I
ownership
think we can
of
think
that
about it.
segment?
Although it's new, we placed it out there well into the future. So we
We have
haven't,
time to.
we have time to
think of that?
discuss those kind of
Okay.
issues.
Yeah, I just hate to see us make a big investment and then, say we want to make another improvement and wouldn't have authority to do so or something like that. So-
We haven't mentioned that to the president, but we certainly could in our next discussion.
So what would you think is, that's really, actually, really good question. What would be something else we might do that you would think that we'd want to have that control?
Well, I mean, just improving another part of it, say, or something like
Yeah.
that farther down the road.
Yeah.
So, university would be a great example, actually, because if we own university, but that western edge shared use path is a troublesome shared use path with all the curb drop downs, and things like that. And if that were in our jurisdiction, it would, probably been improved in the past, I would guess. So just things like that, where to keep a road up to our standards, or if we would have a, say we would want to put a stoplight, not on that particular chunk, because I don't think a stoplight would, be there, but just
Well,
something like that.
It's a
Some
good point,
decision
even
about the
maintenance from
future
that
of that
point,
road.
even
Yeah.
maintenance in the investment.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm not assuming we would take it, and this doesn't assume we take over ownership or responsibility for maintenance. So would that be the same level as ours? You raise a good point I hadn't thought about.
Okay.
I think it's worth a discussion with the president, the mayor and the president. But we have time, is my point.
Cool. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
So continuing in the transportation program, we have the street rehabilitation activity. Just a few of the annual programs we have are the pavement restoration on page 112, and that's to look at more of the preservation techniques rather than a pavement that's maybe farther down that deterioration curve. This is more to keep things on that upper end of the performance curve. We also have right-of-way appearance enhancements, and neighborhood curb replacement is basically, as it sounds, program replacing neighborhood curb to improve stormwater flow as well as the aesthetic and keep surface water from getting underneath the pavements. Then a couple I want to highlight are the bridge rehab on page 111. This is the Lincoln Way Bridge over Squaw Creek, so just east of Hilton Coliseum. You can see some of the deterioration that we'll address underneath the bridge.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
So again, no danger to the motoring public, just maintenance and upkeep. Then next, page 113 is the Main Street Sidewalk Paver Replacement Program. You've seen this before, and now we have our funding pooled, and the first segment that we'll do, the phase one, will be the western end. So that'll be from Clark through Burnett. And then we'll look at if the other phases, if we compare all of those together, or if we need to individually bid those. And you can see some examples on the left of what the deterioration looks like. So we'll look at either if we can replace that with colored concrete, or if there's a more durable product that can go down other than what's there now to resist that salt corrosion that we're seeing on the sidewalks.
John, have we coordinated with Main Street Cultural District to get input as far as the choice of colors or aesthetics or any of this kind of thing?
We'll continue that same color and aesthetic, so it'll look the same as what's there.
So on Fifth Street, we have some similar situations where we have some deteriorated pavers as well too. Are those going to get picked up? It's on, I think it's Burnett and right just to that Torrent
Yeah, we haven't got those programmed into any of the CIP pages, but we could look at those areas and see if they can be addressed through our operations budget, or if they are to the extent, then we can program them in future CIPs.
So on page 113, you got 2017-18 Clark to Burnett. You have a total of $620,000 for projects listed there.
Right.
So are we just carrying that funding forward from 17-18, 18-19, 19-20 to this?
Yes, that's correct.
And so are we proposing that we're going to do all those this year?
Yeah, so this project will be managed by operations by Justin Clausen. So what he'll look at is if they can be paired together and then phased throughout the year, or if they need to be bid as individual projects. And it may be the case that when we get the bids, that this money we have programmed may be enough to address some of those on Fifth Street as well.
Because as everyone's these are becoming safety hazards, big time safety.
For sure, on the
hazards
west end
for-
there are the
for tripping and heaving pavement and stuff, and
Definitely.
all it takes is someone to have a major injury or a problem, and this is going to be a small investment in safety for our public.
Right.
I think John hit it well. We're working on that first phase on the west end, and then depending on how that goes and starts off, we want to continue it all the way through. The challenge we got to work through is with some of the downtown events that happen, farmers market, et cetera. So we've got some narrow windows to work it into to handle for contractors that way.
Well, we on the intersection on the southeast corner of the first.
Yeah, there's some colored stamped concrete in that location, and that's kind of some of the things that we're working through right now. Is what's the best result from a maintenance standpoint? What's the best product to go back in from a business disruption standpoint as well? So I've got a plan set that's probably about 75% complete that I'll be bringing back to you here. Hopefully in the near future, yet this winter, so that you can see and we can provide comments on that.
Yeah, sorely needed. It'd be a big upgrade too. To the
We just discussed maybe a master plan, beautification master plan in those areas. So it's a lot of money here. So we want to make sure it's in keeping with your value we talked about Saturday, or I guess we could do something else if you don't like it. But we're about to start a major investment in that technique. So I think it's in keeping with what you were talking about.
I agree. Also, we have those nice, really nice brick monument or corners, where you got the street. And I noticed that there's a lot of brick that's starting to decay from, water getting in. Does that fall under your jurisdiction or a different department's jurisdiction?
It does. So some of that actually would be taken care of, not with this program, but one of the programs that John had mentioned earlier, right-of-way appearance enhancements. We have some funding programmed in that, and I had met with Main Street Cultural District last year about them trying to plan together some things, how to basically beautify those, and some of that could be happening at the same time. It's a different kind of funding source for that.
Yeah. Well, those would be big improvements in the downtown area to really make it look a lot nicer in terms of just weather.
Yeah, and I think you've met with some brick and tile experts too on proper techniques, right?
Yes, correct.
So I would just note that in our discussions about values, one of them was to make Ames a fun, vibrant community. And many communities are using their sidewalks to create public art opportunities. For example, poetry that's impressed in the sidewalks as they're redone. So this could provide an opportunity, especially if we're doing it in segments, to introduce something new and different if we were to be interested in going that way.
We were at National League of Cities. This artist used a hydrophobic spray applied material, and he cut stencils out and had words, and so he sprayed it on the sidewalks. So when it rained, all of a sudden these images all of a sudden appeared because all the concrete was wet, but everything else was dry. It was really cool, and then it went away. And so it's just something that's kind of innovative, and it would tie in with our the budget workshop and the people that the artists, it's just saying thinking outside the box and doing some things that are kind of fun. So it could be good opportunity to really collaborate and see what we could do to make it even more dynamic down there. So thank you, Justin.
Thanks, Justin. Then completing the transportation portion as well as the public works programs is the airport improvements on page 123. So the first year project in 2021 will be building an above ground electrical vault between the new hangar and the new terminal. So that concludes the Public Works programs. And thank you very much.
Council, I think we just want to commend again Justin's department. I know he gets a lot of flack, but again, tell the drivers, you guys went out and did a great job. Could not believe how good the streets looked on Saturday morning, in my opinion. But it's just unsung heroes. But anyway, again, thank you very much. Thanks for all you do. And Bill, you're back in operation, right? With resource recovery plant full up?
Getting close to power plants operating a little bit more every day. So.
Good. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
John, can we take a small break?
Sure. Yeah, let's go ahead and we'll take a 5-minute recess here. Okay, we'll go back in session and we'll move on to transit.
Well, good evening, I guess. So before I start, I first want to say I am honored and humbled to be sitting here as SciRide's new transit director. So
Yeah,
thank you for everybody.
We're thrilled you're sitting there.
So, the transit section of the CIP starts on page 116. This portion of the CIP has approximately $18.7 million programmed for capital over the next 5 years. And I should also mention this was approved by our transit board in December, so the CIP has been approved by them. I took a conservative approach in developing the CIP to ensure that there was adequate funding, but I also put some previous capital priorities on hold as we kind of adjust to our new ridership levels and our demands for our service. And I think this best supports SciRide's goal of connecting people to the community with safe and efficient transportation that exceeds their expectations. It also aligns with one of SciRide's priorities of keeping our facilities in a state of good repair, which is a requirement by the FTA. So the CIP is really prioritized with the greatest emphasis on vehicle replacement and rehabilitation, and then secondly, on building improvements and expansion. Maintaining our fleet is really essential to SciRide's continued success, so a large emphasis has been placed on that. The other area, like I said, is the building facilities. Those two alone account for $17.7 million of the programmed capital. So bus vehicle and rehabilitation on page 117. As I mentioned earlier, it's really important to keep our vehicles in a state of good repair and for the citizens so that we can continue to be successful. Over the next 5 years, I'm going to have you go back one. Over the next 5 years, we've programmed 18 new large buses and 10 minibuses. 4 of those large 18 buses that we had programmed will be articulated buses. Once we've purchased those buses, then we will have 10 articulated buses in our fleet, and it'll allow us to have the 23 Orange Route all articulated buses, which will increase capacity on that route for us. And then next year, so for FY 2021, this section of the CIP is higher than it has been in previous years. It's at $5.2 million. That's because Cyride was extremely fortunate in receiving some grants. So we'll be spending a lot of time getting buses next year. So we're taking a 40-foot bus and we're upgrading it to one articulated bus. That will give us more capacity and it will have the same emissions as a 40-foot bus. We also received a low-no grant for 2 battery electric buses and their infrastructure, and that will replace 2 40-foot diesel buses, and it will reduce carbon emissions by over 122,000 pounds annually. And we are one of 2 transit systems in Iowa that are moving forward with the battery electric buses right now. We have also been directed by the board to submit a Volkswagen settlement grant to maybe lower the cost of that battery electric bus. So now, right now, the board is paying 23% of it. The rest of it's covered by that low-no grant. If we're fortunate enough to receive that Volkswagen grant, that will take the local match dollars down to 5%. So it's a really nice way to introduce battery electric into Ames. We also received grant funding for 3 40-foot buses that will replace 3 current 40-foot buses in our fleet, and those replacement of those new buses will reduce, those engines will produce 90% less nitrous oxide and particulate matter than the buses they're replacing. So all of those, and those buses are actually anticipated to be delivered sometime August, hopefully of 2020. So you should see those on the road pretty soon. In 2021, we also programmed under bus replacement and rehabilitation, 1 midlife rehabilitation to address corrosion on our buses that we received with federal stimulus dollars 10 years ago. We're recently notified that we received grant funding for 6 of our minibuses, and our minibuses are some of the oldest ones in our fleet for our minibuses. So this will truly enhance the customer's experience because they're kind of rattly and loud. And then we will be replacing 1 administrative support vehicle this year. It will be a hybrid vehicle, and we are evaluating moving forward on next replacements with support vehicles being all electric to see if that has an opportunity for us to use our electric support vehicle there. The next area is a scope and cost change. So this is the building improvements and expansion, and that's on page 118. Over the next 4 years, it's about $4 million, or next 5 years, it's about $4 million we've programmed for facility improvements and expansion. And I think the biggest change here is last year, the focus was really on moving part of Cyride's operations to a second facility. I've put that project on hold right now just to give us time to adjust to declining ridership and focus really on kind of right sizing our fleet so that we have the right facility and the right number of buses before we move forward and make a decision. I did put back in the CIP in 24 and in 25, $750,000 for either facility improvements or facility expansion, depending upon what grant opportunities might be there, as well as if operations warrant it. The board does have approximately $715,000 set aside for local for a facility, so there is some money set aside for that already. And then the other big project under facility improvements was that HVAC project. We were fortunate to be awarded a grant to complete much needed heating, ventilation, and air conditioning in the building, and that will definitely improve the air quality in our building. We are going to phase that in 2 phases because we can get better grant opportunities with this if we do that. So HVAC is in 2 phases, and it'll replace equipment that's 15 to 36 years old. And then after that, we have a water main replacement that we have scheduled in the CIP, as well as a fueling system improvement. And all of these will look for grant opportunities as well for funding. And then technology and improvements, page 119. I want to tell you about a couple of projects we just finished that I thought you might have some interest in. So the radio replacement project, you guys are very much aware that we're converting our radios to the countywide system. And I thought you'd find it interesting. Cyride was the first department to complete this transition. So we switched our new radios over in December over winter break. So when the students weren't here. and we like them, so it's nice. We also replaced our old AVL, or automatic vehicle locating system, which tells customers where buses are in real time so they can go make decisions when to get on the bus, lets them know exactly where the bus is along the route. That system allowed us to also include automatic voice enunciating. So what that does is that automatic announces certain bus stops along the routes, and it's designed to assist passengers with disabilities. It has added benefits because the drivers are focused on the road and things like that, but it's primarily for assisting people with disabilities. That new system also has the capability to provide stop level data, so drivers could actually figure out how many people, we could actually get data, quantitative data of how many people are getting on at every stop, which will allow us to make better decisions. We can react quicker, adapt quicker, and I think manage our resources and be more efficient. So I think it's important that as SciRide kind of is going through this transition, that we continue to support innovative technology, not only to enhance our current customers' experience, but also to maybe attract new riders. So that's kind of the goal that we have under the technology projects. And of course, we'll look for grant funding for these. There's a lot of creative grants you can look at, safety grants, disability, some with helping with people with disabilities, things like that. So
I'd like to ask you a question about the Wi-Fi on page
Yeah.
119. So is this Wi-Fi that riders will be able to use?
Yeah, so what I've kind of taxed my group with, my management group, which I should have pointed out, I have Rich with me, he is Rich Leonard's Assistant Director of Fleet and Facilities. My old position is still currently open, so they're there too in spirit, whoever it is. So what I've tasked them with is come up with technology projects that serve two purposes. So that Wi-Fi on that bus will actually help us internally, but the passengers would get the benefit of the Wi-Fi. So it will tell us, we can use automatic passenger counters that will tell us the number of people boarding and deboarding at stops. So our dispatchers can make decisions, see how full the bus is, right? So internally we can be making decisions, but then from the customer perspective, you could use the Wi-Fi on the bus, and you could also make decisions based on your smartphone, like this bus is full, maybe I'll take the next bus, especially if it's a bus that's at a 5-minute interval or maybe a 10-minute, or shift patterns, the bus is full today, but if I had got on the bus 5 minutes earlier or 10 minutes earlier, I might be able to fit on that bus. So that's kind of our thought process on that. And it's quickly adapting the technology, so.
Is the Wi-Fi service being provided through cellular technology or through the radio system or something else?
Do you know the answer to that one? I'm sorry.
Yeah, there's a couple components there. The bus component that Barb's speaking of, that would be provided through the cellular network. There's also the Wi-Fi component within the facility too. And what that refers to, and that's part of the capital plan as well, what that refers to is download information from the buses when they return to the garage. So
thank you.
Okay. And then, let's see, bus stop improvements is on page 120 there. We've had a significant shift in our ridership patterns with the implementation of SciRide 2.0. And it's so what I did is I lowered the budgeted amount here to $25,000 this next year. And it's really for smaller concrete projects. So it allows us to make minor upgrades to stops based on response and feedback from citizens. So for example, we just poured a pad at Chick-fil-A for a passenger who routinely rides that needs a lift. So that gives us some flexibility there. Then we'll be updating, as we get more data, we'll be updating the bus stop improvement plan. So I've added back in, adding bus stop amenities, but I want to make sure we're adding them in places that make sense, where we're benefiting the most passengers.
So Barb,
Yeah.
with the shift to some of the on-demand service, are you seeing any need for different kinds of buses? Like, are we looking at expanding the van or the minibus fleet?
That's an excellent question. That is an excellent question. And I actually just talked with SciRide employees about that. So we have funding for those 6 minibuses. We still have 2 more minibuses. And I think we have to think about what could that fleet mix look like. So we are looking at it. It's pretty early in the process. And I'm evaluating the new Ease service that started with SciRide 2.0 to kind of get a better feel for, is that the right size vehicle? Is there an interim size vehicle? There's also medium duty buses. SciRide doesn't have any medium duty buses now. We have had them. They don't last as well because they're not made as well as a heavy duty bus, but there's a lot of variety of sizes. So I think, yeah, I mean, your short answer is yes, we're looking to that. Do I have an answer of what that looks like right now? I don't, but we are looking at it. I mean, maybe if it makes sense to use some kind of transit van, I think we should use that. If it makes sense to use that minibus, and I think that makes sense, so.
Thanks.
And then the last area for transit is shop and office equipment. So this is on page 121. And this is no change from last year. So it's still computer and office replacement budgeted between $14,000 and $20,000 a year. And shop equipment is always budgeted between $30,000 and $50,000. They have a lot of specialized equipment like this one where they are actually fixing the top of a hybrid bus here. So a lot of specialized equipment they need to use for our specific vehicles. So that concludes the transit section of the CIP. I do appreciate your time, and I'd be happy to answer any questions if you have them.
Can you just comment just briefly, and maybe it's going to be something that Steve will talk about when we talk about, budget operations and stuff and what we asked for. We know that we've seen some decline in student enrollment, and can you just comment on what you're thinking or a forecast, or just kind of give us some of your initial thoughts? I know it's kind of probably a little early.
Yeah, I mean,
but there's a lot. I mean, you kind of walked into something that maybe you didn't anticipate, but it's gone down a couple of years.
I know. It was
Yeah.
like I was getting on the Titanic. I joked. I was looking at the necklace, so I didn't see it was sinking. No, I'm teasing. It's doing well. I mean, I think it's a period of change for SciRide. ISU enrollment has declined the last 3 years. And ISU, our ridership has always mirrored what's happening at Iowa State, right? So as enrollment has increased, so has our ridership, so has our service levels. What we are trying to do and what we are doing is, as ridership, it's now declining, I want to be thoughtful about how we contract our services, because a lot of our high ridership, we get additional funding. So we get additional federal dollars because we outperform other transit agencies with populations over 200,000. So if we don't contract thoughtfully and in the right manner, we could risk $1 million, $1.5 million. So I don't want to put that in jeopardy. So we've been trying to work with the students. I mean, all local funding parties. I think when you see the budget, I think I did a pretty good job for my first time. But I mean, we've been working closely with the students on how they can help to make up that trust fund balance and things like that. Did he say thumbs up? So I think it is going to be a period of change. I think it will. We are looking at a couple of the policy changes that we made under SciRide 2.0. I want to make sure we're not doing anything to drive passengers away. I want to make sure we're doing as much as possible, still understanding the efficiency and the importance of SciRide 2.0, but understanding and making sure we're not doing anything that makes it less valuable to people. So I don't know if that answered it, but that's kind of
That's good. I think the other thing, can you talk about if we have decreased ridership, how that might affect the grants that we get? Because so much of the equipment, facility improvements that you've identified, the upgrades, are paid for by grants. So how does that correlate or interrelate to one another?
Well, it shouldn't. So the grants I'm talking about here, so most of buses are all funded with between 80 and 85% funding of grant funding, and that's capital dollars. That money that we get, what I'm referring to, it's called STIC money, Small Transit Intensive Cities money, where we outperform other transit agencies. There's 6 categories there. SciRide has routinely met all 5 categories. There's one category that could be in jeopardy if ridership declines. Now, again, it has to decline more than transit systems over 200,000. But that money goes into our operating, so that was where it would really affect. Now, of course, if operating can't, then we would ultimately go into grant monies, right? So we would go into capital dollars, but we would probably start with the local. And we have $715,000 set aside for the facility. I mean, I would like to leave it set aside at this point, but it is a possibility that you could look at those dollars if you needed to.
So I have not had the opportunity to serve on the transit board yet. So this may be a very silly question to those people up here who have spent time on the board. But as we see student enrollment decline in ridership, is there an opportunity for growing ridership among the rest of the community who might not have been riding before because the buses were full with the students?
I believe there are. I mean, I've reached out to Ames Community Schools. We've had some conversations with them. I think they're interested in at least entertaining a conversation about what that could look like. My thought there initially was, I know a lot of people are helping people of lower income, things like that. If we could just pool our money, maybe there's ways to help more of the citizens, right? But I do see it as an opportunity for the community to ride more. And maybe that's why I want to be thoughtful about what we're doing. So we're not just, well, we don't have many riders here, so we're going to get rid of this service. So I don't know that that makes sense, but I do think that that's why I want to keep looking to technology and making it so that people have choices. And it, if you want to be green today, you can do that. But if you need your car tomorrow, that makes sense. So kind of how you can balance that.
I don't think I've ever seen so many formulas and ratios and metrics in my life than I have in terms of what the federal government has for public transit. And you'd think that'd be nice to, it's a great question. That's something we wrestle with on SciRide was how can we try and get more services to the community? They look at vehicle miles traveled and passengers, how people are riding on the buses. And if we have a route that would go around and only pick up one person,
Right.
we'd actually get penalized for running that route because you have so many miles, but only a few passengers. And that actually hurts you in terms of your grant
Right.
funding. And it's just, it is, I don't know how you keep your head above water on
Because
that.
it's that
There are so many,
efficiency that I was talking about. Yeah.
there's so much intertwined and they do a great job. But my big concern for Ames is that if we start losing the ability to attract grants, is equipment replacement and wanting to try and, work towards more, energy efficient.
Well, I was only
Buses that-
kidding. I think SciRide's a great place, and I do think we're in the right path. I think it's just a little retweaking.
Yeah.
I've been there a long time, and we've had ups and downs the whole time. So I mean, I think this is just in a period of where we just have to recalibrate and step back and kind of adjust, figure out what's best. I mean, some things may go away, but I think at the end of the day, I'm confident it'll be thoughtful, and SciRide will still remain a nation. We're well respected. We're an industry leader. I think I don't anticipate that changing.
Yeah. My favorite story is that we went ahead and hired the consultant to do our 2.0 study.
Yeah.
We said, the board said we wanted SciRide to be compared to peer institutions. And the guy just said, no, you don't understand. SciRide is what we compare everybody else to. And that's how good of a system we have. And it's because of the staff, what they've done. And they didn't really come up with any huge changes. It was just tweaks, not huge changes.
Yes.
So,
Yep.
So,
Something
any
you
questions
just
for
do.
Barb tonight? Thanks.
you.
Did a great job. Your first under, Barb. Good job.
Keith told me to hurry.
That's okay. He'll take it.
Thumbs up.
He just wants more time for himself.
2 minutes left.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. So just want to, before I jump into the slides, just wanted to mention the process. I don't know if I really do this very often, but the process that we use to put our CIP together. So what we do is we generally start off with a meeting with our staff, and we have an all-staff meeting with all of our full-time staff once a month. And what we do is we use one of those meetings to get together and we break up into groups and they give us ideas of what they feel are some of the priorities for our CIP. Then what we do is we schedule a public input session and we host that. Staff hosts that meeting and we get, in fact, this past year, we had about 15 people, which is the most that we've had, but they give us a number of ideas. And then what we do is the Parks and Recreation Commission, what we do is we take the information from our staff, from the public input, and we give that to the commission. And then the commission also holds public input. And then they give us some direction and we go back and we give them some additional feedback and they give us further direction. And then we put the draft CIP together. And then the commission actually meets with the city manager in early December to get an idea of what funding is like and if any priorities need to be changed. So this is the culmination of all of those discussions and public input. So, there's been a lot of numbers and a lot of things up there. So I'm going to kind of change it up on you tonight. I don't have any numbers. I don't have any words besides the headings on all of my slides. So you have all the information in front of you with the dollars and different projects. So first on page 128, we have our park system improvements. And I'm just going to highlight a couple of the projects that we have. The one that we've had for a number of years, but is now in year 2021, is a splash pad, spray pad. Kind of goes by different names. We do have the Brookside wading pool that we will take out of commission once this is put into operation. So we'll be able to have it open more hours. We won't have to staff it and so on. We will be coming before the council probably in February sometime, because there are a few things that we want to share with you in regards to some of the methods to operate these and get some direction from council. So we'll do that in February, and then we'll be hosting a public meeting on some different locations with that. The next one that we have.
Keith, will that still be in Brookside? Or you're not sure?
We have not determined the location.
Okay, so that's what's the site to be determined means even within the city of Ames, not just within
Correct.
Brookside. Thank you.
Yeah, what we have done is we actually, as staff, again, at one of our all staff meetings, we went through all of the different park locations, and we did kind of a pro and con to each one of our park locations and to see what might do. And again, based on the direction we get from council in February, then we'll take some of that information, go back out to the public and get some direction. We do know that we want to put it out of the floodplain. So when we do have those floods, this could still be in operation. So the next project that we have, and this, came out of some of the public input this year, is pickleball has grown, and it continues to grow. We have a lot of people playing within the city of Ames, indoor, outdoor, and so on. But what they are suggesting or have suggested, and commission did go with this, is to take 2 of our tennis courts at one of our 3 sites. So we have 4 tennis courts at Innis Grove, 4 at Brookside, and 4 at McCarthy Lee. Is to take 2 of those tennis courts and actually convert them into 6 pickleball courts. So the diagram on your left kind of shows a 4 tennis court system and how those 6 pickleball courts would be overlaid. And on the right would be kind of how they would look after it was all done with some fencing and so on. So this is, again, there was a large contingency of people that came to the public input, came to Parks and Recreation Commission for this, and commission did give staff direction to put this in the first 2 years. We have this in year 2021, 22, so in year 2. And what we are thinking, with this is to go to McCarthy Lee and convert 2 of those tennis courts, into the 6 pickleball courts.
Keith, will that impact our coordination with the Ames High School with their tennis program when they have tennis matches? I know when I had a daughter played for Ames High, we used a lot of tennis courts and also for Iowa games.
Yeah, we've had Kelly Omlid has had conversation with Iowa games already. Didn't think, and really what they've been doing is only using 4 courts. So they could go to Innis Grove, they could go to Brookside, they'll probably go to Innis Grove with it. With the high school, they do courts as well. Sometimes they'll go to Innis Grove, sometimes McCarthy Lee, sometimes Brookside. So we've not had that conversation, but I'll reach out to Judge and ask him that. But never, and for a good number of years have they ever used all 12 of our courts when they've had meets. So the next project, this is a consolidation of our maintenance facilities, and you can see right there is our current most up-to-date facility, newest, right at the base of the cemetery. And then to the upper right, we have our old park shop, and that's in the floodplain. So whenever we flood, we got to make sure we get out there and move things. And then we also at the cemetery under operation, there's some of the buildings need some improvements. So what we really want to do is we want to take all 3 of those facilities and add some facilities to our main facility, and just get everything all in one area. That's what we're really trying to do with this the project. And then the last one under park system improvements is the weight room. we've been holding off on this, wait to see what happened with the Healthy Life Center. Obviously, we all know what the outcome of that is. So in year 4, we do have money in there to replace, this equipment. Our cardio equipment is replaced on about an every 4 to 5 year schedule. We do that through the operational budget, but this is a much larger expense. So that's that project. If we move on to playground equipment, mentioned last year, Joshua Thompson, our Parks and Facilities Superintendent, put together a really nice spreadsheet for about the next through, I think, 2035, 2040 with playground replacements. But really just highlighting here is this slide and the next slide, just shows some different options for playground equipment. And we're actually replacing a couple of playground pieces this year. And we are working on RFP right now to try to go to some more of these alternative types of play pieces so they're not always all the same. We want to kind of get to the point where we have some destination pieces and really make it more fun for the community so they don't, kind of that cookie cutter thing, and no matter whatever park they go to, it's all the same. So that's what we're trying to do differently. So we go to the next Ames ISU Ice Arena. We have in the concession area and the office area, the skate area, we have some flooring, that needs to be replaced. There's some other things that we need to do. We haven't had this in here before, so this is a new item, but we did put it into the first year of the CIP. And again, Ice Arena, we do have the capital replacement fund where the city and ISU puts $40,000 or $20,000 in each year. That's how this is funded. So if we move to Homewood, with that, obviously we're hoping for a great bid market for our new clubhouse. And then the projects that we have in here would be some paths along Duff and from 20th Street up to the clubhouse, and then also with a new bridge over hole number 9, over that ravine on hole number 9. The next one, ADA transition. Again, this is just trying to take a look, with some of the ADA, do a transition plan, and then we've been setting aside $25,000 in each of the years to start addressing some of those items. We're already doing, some of the things that you see here when we replace it. We're putting, the accessible picnic tables, which is what you see there, which have been working out really great within the park system. The grills, the drinking fountains, and so on. The next page, municipal pool. In this, we did purchase through our CIP the Whibbit, which we've had out at Furman. But what we do in the wintertime is once a month, we have, kind of a Whibbit Saturday. Instead of 2 hours for open swim, we do 4 hours. We extend the time, and we pretty much wind up have been doubling, the amount of attendance that we have on those days versus just a regular open swim Saturday. But with this, we have, money set aside. This is a shared expense. We put in $25,000 a year. School district puts in $25,000. Right now, there's no projects identified. Again, with the building being set to be demolished in 2022, spring of 2022, we do have money there that in case something does come up and we have to make a repair, we have that money. If we don't use any of that money, then we could always use the balance of this fund for demolition if that's what council so chooses to do with the school district of that building. The next slide, Ada Hayden. And this was the other item. We had a number of people come and speak to this. We've had, I've received communication from a number of groups in regards to this. And sorry it took so long. David was here earlier, waiting to see what was happening. But this is a proposal that they gave, and this would go on the North Lake, kind of where the canoe kayak launch is. It's about halfway between the fishing pier and the boat ramp. But the one in the group, what they did is they went and they looked at a number of different companies and the manufacturers, and they really like this one because they are designed for people with disabilities. And some of the individuals that spoke at the public input session really spoke also, it's not just people with disabilities, it's also people that may have had a hip replacement, may have had a knee replacement, may have some other medical issue. And sometimes it's just easier to get in and out of a canoe or a kayak when you have a situation like this. So if you go back to the last slide, Dwayne, please. What I do want to point out is on the right side with that photograph, you can see where it kind of steps down. So if somebody is in a mobility device, what they do is they can come up and they can get out of their mobility device and get onto kind of that higher step. And they can move themselves down, to the steps. And then you see that kind of plank that's out over the kayak, that actually slides in and out. So what you can do is you can slide it out. They slide themselves over. There's either a rail or ropes or something that they can hang on. They put themselves down into the kayak or canoe. That thing can be slid back in, and then they can go out and enjoy the water. So in the funding, you'll see that we have $50,000 in local option sales tax, $35,000 in donations. The group has been working on donations already. The Friends of Ada Hayden have already committed $10,000, and the last board meeting that I was at with them, they're actually looking at they probably will add some additional money to that next year. GAR, they have committed $2,000. The triathlon last year, what they did is when they took registrations, they gave an option for participants to make a donation to something for the park, and they actually wound up with $1,000 worth of donations, and they gave that to the commission in November to be used for this project already. So already without even approval from the council on this, they already have $13,000, and I'm sure they'll get to that thing. So this will be a great addition. We've had a lot of positive feedback.
Keith, on page 134, you say over the past year, the successful fishing pier has shown sign of heaving and sinking. So
that should have been taken out because that's actually in this current year.
Okay,
With the fishing pier, and I can just give you
that's been taken care of already then.
yes.
Okay.
Yep. And we're actually working on it right now. We just met with consultants last week and engineers, and they really think what's happened, to it. If you've seen it, it kind of is buckled, and what they call is ice jacking. So because of there's so much water out there on those things, that ice hangs on to it. And last year, if you remember, like in February and in prior years, we get a big meltdown. So that ice is stuck to those piles, and then the water comes in and it drives those up. Some stay fine, some are heaved, and so on. That's what's causing it. So they gave us some options, and we're discussing the staff, and hopefully sometime this spring or summer we'll get that corrected.
So I got to say, Keith, that kayak launch is an excellent example of universal design because you don't have to be disabled. You don't have to have any kind of mobility issues to use it.
Yeah.
And that just makes it possible for anybody who wants to kayak to go and use that launch.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's the same thing with you've had this discussion with the Miracle Playground and the Miracle Field, designed for people with disabilities, but again, it's all inclusive. Doesn't matter what ability you have, you can go and use it. So great point, Gloria. So the next Furman Aquatic Center, you see some different projects there. The first one, this is the play structure, and we just this past year celebrated 10th anniversary of Furman Aquatic Center. So with this one, it's going to just be refurbishing. It's maybe replacing some things. It's getting things back up to maybe looking a little newer condition than what it has over the last 10 years. We do have lights that we'll be replacing, light fixtures, and then painting the pool basins as well. The next one, Moore Memorial Park. We've seen this before. We continue to have conversations with the university on that, and at some point we'll be bringing information to you a little bit more on route and so on. Then the next one, Rose Prairie, we've had this in here for a long time. Nothing's really been happening with that development. They have committed to setting aside 5 acres for a neighborhood park. So we, continue to have this in. Steve and I have discussed this, and if that doesn't move along, we may just remove it. It is park development fund that we use for this project. So we could put it in, if that development comes moving forward.
I have a question about this one.
Sure.
Is the $200,000 allocated for it? Is that the cost that would bring it to the clean and green condition? And then there would be another $80,000 sort of standardly used for park development, or how does that work?
No. So generally what we have done is we've set aside $80,000, such as Hera Park, Roosevelt Park, and so on. Now, some of those places that we had, or even with Sunset Ridge, there's already sidewalks there. They're already in a development. There's some things already there. So with the Rose Prairie, the reason that we put 200,000 is because there are no sidewalks. There will be some paths that will be needed. So it's not only the development of the playground equipment and shelter and some of those other things that we put in, but we feel that we will need to do some additional things to bring it up to our standards. That's why we put the 200,000 rather than just the 80.
Okay, so it's 200 instead of 80, and the
Correct.
reason is because it sort of started behind other typical acquisitions for parks. All right,
Yep.
thank you.
Yep.
Keith, if this ever comes to fruition,
Yep.
will this be automatically outfitted with some of the ADA requirements or not?
Yeah, so any of the park development that we're doing right now, so we're making sure that all of our parks, so Sunset Ridge, with Hera Park, with anything that we're doing, we're making sure that they are all ADA compliant. Now, the one thing is, with a playground, we're still at this point, we're still doing the engineered wood fibers, for surfacing, which is ADA. It does comply with ADA requirements. But if we wanted to go to other different types of playgrounds, then that cost would go up. Or if we wanted to go with a poured in place rubber surface, that cost would go up even further. Okay. So now the next one is not in the CIP. And Steve's going to kind of go through the funding piece of it, but I'll just show you some pictures with it. So with this, just some things, that have been discussed, and with this, on the left, you can see a spray pad, all right, which is in the summertime, but in the wintertime, it's actually converted to an ice skating rink. So, which that if you want about 5,000 square feet, it'd be about $500,000 price tag on that. If you want the skyline, it would cost you a whole lot more. All right.
Don't get the needle.
So, but if you go to the next slide, and if you see on this one, on the left with that spray pad, there was no above ground, features. On this one, it's just another look at it. There are above ground features, which are possible, but what they do is they take them out when they convert it into the ice skating rink, which is on the right hand side. Another thing, the next slide with that is, again, if you did kind of a spray pad, during the daytime, it could look like that. It could have people playing in it and so on. But you can add lighting to it, and say at nighttime, you could have maybe a jazz band playing. You could have some type of function, and it just really adds nice ambiance to the feature. And then the last slide for Downtown Plaza is one of the things you could look at is there's a lot of different ways to get shelter or shading and so on. You see the one on the left, kind of a pergola type of structure. On the right, more of a shelter. There are some places what they've been doing is like the one on the left, things up on top are actually solar panels. And then solar panels provide power for irrigation pumps and so on, collecting stormwater underneath in tanks. and then that water is used for irrigating your plants and so on. So a lot of different features, a lot of different things that could happen. So it just showed those pictures as some different things that have been thrown around, or at least that I've heard in regards to some type of a downtown project. I told him I would bring, that's the one thing that we'll bring in February. I told him that with, in regards to the spray pad or splash pad. So if you do something like that, there are two different things, and we'll get all the research for you. But there's one thing is just a pass-through system with it. So you're using potable water. You've got your features going, and that water just passes through and then goes to either storm sewer in some cases, or in some, like in this setting, what we would try to do is capture that in some underground tanks and then use that for irrigation along with other stormwater. Okay, that comes with a cost if that's X. The other type of system is a recirculation system. With a recirculation system, the state of Iowa treats that as a pool. So with that, if it's a pool, if you're recirculating water, now you're adding chlorine. There's a lot more staff time associated with it, because you're going to have to test it every so often, make sure that it's working. And when I say every so often, every 3 to 4 hours, it needs to be tested. And then with that, because it's considered a pool, then there has to be a restroom and showers associated with it as well. So you can see, just with a recirculation system, just with the pumps and recirculating and everything like that, you're probably adding, could be another $100,000 to $150,000 depending on the size. But then when you add in the other items, restroom, showers, those types of things, bless you, it would add a lot more cost, to it as well. But we'll get more of that, and that's what I want to bring back to council and get direction from you in February.
Keith, are the recirc systems the ones that they've had trouble with contamination?
Well, there is that, just like if you have any type of a fecal incident, if you're recirculating, you got to shut it down, you got to super chlorinate, there's other thing. So anytime that you're recirculating water, there is those waterborne illnesses or bacteria that can surface. Yep.
So some time ago, the council asked us to come back at this time with a CIP page regarding a downtown plaza. That's been reinforced since our goal setting session, where I think the council wants us to really move forward on this. I want to remind you and the public that there've been a number of downtown planning studies that we've engaged in over the years, and every one of them talked about creating this type of gathering place in the downtown area. So what I've tried to do is put together, and by the way, those some of those areas they talked about was across the street in the site here, and some of the plans you see was across the street in this parking lot. But based on the input you gave me on Saturday, this is written in a generic sense, but the site is yet to be determined, and the features, because you can see the wide variety of costs that will be involved. So I always get nervous about putting these numbers down. Keith tried to give me the best numbers possible, and I didn't know what year you wanted to move ahead with it. But if you want to be as realistic as possible, it's probably we would have to do some conceptual design work to get the costs, get the features in. And then it becomes kind of interesting because Keith, I think you put all those items in. I don't believe you put the bathrooms in the showers, but it's probably a $2.5 million construction cost. Again, we haven't even bid this out. I don't have any estimates yet from a professional engineer. I'll give you a magnitude of this. And the $200,000 for the cost of the conceptual plan, not sure of that either, but I wanted to get something before you, give you a magnitude of the cost. It gets a little tricky because this is a non-essential corporate purpose project. So it would require a vote. It'd be difficult to take a bond issue vote for a $2.5 million project, but there are other ways you could finance it. So this is laid out as if we could use that $700,000 we talked about for essential corporate purpose. Now, even when you do that, you're subject to a reverse referendum a certain number of, a petition is filed, a certain number of eligible voters signing it. But we just got off the phone with our financial advisors, and they indicated the problem with that is you can only have 700,000 a year. And if you put it over 2 years, you can't do that for the same project, for one project. But the good news is another way we could do this, and that's by creating an urban renewal area. You can do that for parking lots and things like this, of which we would create an urban renewal area, justify it based on either slumber blight, not the case here, but economic development, you can justify that. And then you can issue general obligation bonds subject to a reverse referendum too. So I had it over 2 years. It maybe could be pushed into 1 year, depending how we do this. To accomplish the $200,000 to move ahead next year, we'll probably have to cut out, we had a project in there to build, buddies in there, parking at the North River Valley. We were going to irrigate that particular park, if you remember that area. We've delayed that because we have to wait until we put the water line through for John Dunn to go across all the way up to New Wellfield. So we've been sitting on it. So I don't think it's going to get done next year or this year. So we can reallocate it for this purpose, for the design, and then Keith will have to build it into a CIP in future years, meaning the parking lot itself. We do have some general fund money. If you remember, I budgeted with your support $400,000 for generic plazas, downtown or campus town. And you'll see with general fund money, remember money that we saved this year, I've got a whole list of projects I want to add to that. That'll get us $1.1 million from general fund available balance. You don't have to raise any taxes for that. Again, the project may be much more than this, might be less than this. Remember, Keith's got some major projects. He'll be building that new clubhouse, I hope, which will serve as a great amenity for a lot of events for this community. We also have a large splash. Remember the splash pad? That's a citywide type of entity he's got to build next year too. Okay, in addition to this. So he's going to have a number of projects over the next 2 to 3 years. So I think it's probably reasonable to say we'll plan for it in 2021 if you'd like to. We'll get an updated number and we'll have to come up with a financial strategy for that. You'll have to make some decisions on this recycling, recirculation, and all that. And we'll give you those probably in our report from the consultant on what the difference in cost will be.
And that would have quantity of water, that type of.
Yep. They'll have to do that. Ongoing operating costs, and all those type of things. Gotta look at sustainability versus also, there is an interim step here. You can recirculate some of this water and pipe it over to serve as watering for your plants and everything on the site, rather than recirculating and reusing it, but not just flush it down the sanitary sewer. So there's 3 different ways you could do that. So I hope this is what you wanted. It's yet to be determined, the features and the site and the actual dollar amount, but I don't know if you want to place something like this in this CIP or what you want to do. Knowing it's going to be adjusted. It's going to be adjusted.
Is there any opportunity for a public-private partnership that you would actually look at, that you'd have something that would, city would do some of this, but then,
Well,
if we saw
we started this actually in 2009, and if you look at those pages, we started out at $1 million, and we thought we'd get 100% donations. Then we went to $3 million, and we thought we'd split it. And the council decided that they didn't want to put any city funds in it, so they wanted 100% donations. So if you're talking about a public-private partnership, means non-city funds, private either donations or contributions, you might be able to do that, but I don't know.
No, I was thinking of this plus from a standpoint of like in Fort Collins where we saw the gathering space that had a green space, but also used shipping containers that made incubator for restaurants. That became a part.
If you do that, you're gonna reduce the amount of space that's going to be available for the public to use in an open space area.
I'm just trying
As
to.
you put restaurants and things around it, what is this space?
It's about an acre.
It's acre here. The band shell, you want to
4 acres.
but you want to keep some grass and areas there. So, but donations is a possibility.
Well, no, it's not trying to diminish the city's contribution here. It's just more or less, could it be, how can you make it so that it's not only just an activity space, gathering space, but also have other functions, so year round it would really become.
Retail.
Yeah, it's just,
we could ask for it. I just think you're going to be shrinking the size
Yeah,
of the space. Yeah. I think what Keith pointed out, wherever you put this, and maybe the band shell, I think his vision is that it's not going to replace the band shell for large productions, that I could see smaller groups, jazz groups and things and sitting areas, but you're not going to have necessarily the same size crowds that you'll attract to the band shell. Even if you put it in the band shell, we're not going to try to substitute. So is this helpful to you? It's not perfect. It's the best guess we have. You're going to have to decide, not now, but when you make your final decision on the CIP on the February 11th, whether you want to insert something like this.
I love the outdoor ice thing downtown. I love that idea.
Oh, it's just
Somewhere
fantastic.
downtown. So, I mean, I think I've had people comment that having it out at East River Valley, they just drive by and it looks so desolate that they're not going to stop and skate there, you know, but if it were downtown and yeah, it would, I can see it.
But I want to tell you, this is very
Smaller. too.
smaller.
I hear you, but I
You're not
think,
going to get up
yeah.
a lot of steam running around. This is for families to skate,
yeah,
but it's not as big as ice surface as you see there.
yeah, but I think it would, the utilization, I got to imagine would be
It'll be
better.
great for families.
So, I love it. I like the idea a lot.
Okay, so you don't
Steve,
make any decisions.
When, I know we're not voting on this now, but did I understand you to be saying that we might have more detail between now and when we do vote on it? Or
No.
This is what we'll get? Okay.
I'm saying when we hire the consultant, that will let us get the detail you want. I feel much more confident in the numbers, timing and things like that after that. Keith did a lot of good work, but it's not good at that kind of level yet.
Hey, Keith, a project we've talked a little bit about through the years is adding some type of restroom in Tom Evans Park. We've added a water fountain, which was a huge addition.
Yeah.
But we have thousands of people coming downtown for the farmers market and other cultural events. Is that something that your team has considered?
We've discussed it and discussed it with the city manager as well. We just haven't put anything in, with it and kind of looked at, we have had some conversation with the chamber to see if they would be willing to help pay for something. I think, Steve, have you had any conversation with
No,
Dan?
I mean, one of the thoughts is if we ever build a parking ramp, eventually a parking ramp on I don't mean on the south side of the tracks, I mean on the north side of the tracks. Remember how we maybe planned for that? You can incorporate restrooms there very nicely. You can build them independently if you want to at that plaza. Or maybe you want to spend more money and put it wherever you put this facility here. And you want it on Main Street? Is that what you're thinking, strictly Main Street, the restrooms?
We've looked at NLC, we've looked at some of these self-maintaining
Yeah.
restrooms, and there are some very innovative things that would not require as much maintenance. But I don't know if the council has thought about just the challenges of not having restrooms. We invite all these families down, and there's no restroom, and it just doesn't seem like a very accommodating, welcoming space if you don't provide sort of those expected facilities.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and depending on where the activity is, I know we do have restrooms at Bandshell, which is way on the one end of Main Street. The library is a public facility as well. Again, off the beaten path, with it. The one thing that we have talked about with Tom Evans Plaza is we could do so much more with that area if it was flat. But the fact that it's sloped, creates some issues with it. So, but we've discussed it. We just haven't moved forward with anything.
So I don't know, maybe that's something that the council has an interest in. I don't know, there's a timing element to this, but I think it's worth considering.
Are you if it was just in the downtown area or closer to the downtown area versus being site specific, is that something you want to think about? Or is it actually in the Tom Evans Plaza specifically?
Well, I don't know any other locations. It may be something we reach out to the Main Street Cultural District for their input.
Well, if you're going to, let's say hypothetically, you put the plaza across the street and you pick an option that requires locker rooms or restrooms, showers, that would be a perfect place to they're making that investment anyway.
Showers is kind of overkill though.
Well,
I mean,
if you're required to do it.
Yeah, but
I don't know if they are. Well, let's say restrooms. You could build restrooms.
I mean,
in
you'd
it,
think you'd want those in a,
but maybe you don't want them here. You want them in a certain particular spot on Main Street is what you're saying. We're looking at Main Street.
I don't see Main Street stopping as a location for a lot of our cultural events. So if that's true, I think we should have a restroom facility, public restroom facility in that area.
as a restaurant or bar owner, I bet they would prefer we drive the traffic to them.
Oh, so I've heard this just the opposite, that,
Oh.
that there's
I mean, if-
frustration.
If they're paying, I guess. I don't know about, free use of the restrooms. but,
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. Yeah, it's a good question, how they feel about that.
And again, that's not a big space, but if you want to put it there, you would then decrease the amount of green space there. But
Yeah, it's a trade-off.
yep, if it's a priority for you.
So would it be worthwhile to, I don't want to just unilaterally move forward on this without maybe inviting the Main Street Cultural District to weigh in on this? Seems like they'd be the logical people for inviting. Should we direct staff to reach out to them? Do we need something as formal as that to gauge the level of interest?
Interest in where?
If and where?
Interest, yeah.
I'm sure it'll be.
Yeah, and
Yes,
they
yes.
have, the Main Street Cultural District has come to the Parks and Recreation Commission before and made a request for a restroom, and the commission has never moved forward with it,
Oh.
in a formal CIP. But I can
If
reach
you want
out
us to
to
explore
Main
it
Street
first,
Cultural
you're
District.
going to put it in the
that's fine.
CIP this time, or give us time to.
Well, I'm only the only one who's speaking on this, so I want to give opportunity for the council members if, I want to respect the work that's been done in terms of laying out projects over the next 5
Right.
years. So create some flexibility. But would a motion be appropriate at this point? Or should I'd love to get some input to see if I'm the only one who has an interest in this.
I was just thinking about other cities who host big events, big farmers markets that I've been to. And I guess I've never seen, a lot of them have porta potties, but I've never, I don't think, been to a city that had a public restroom facility. Standalone one, yeah. As part of their downtown event space. I just can't recall anyone.
David?
Because we do have the porta potties. that
Yeah.
We do put.
Right.
And the south end of Tom Evans, during the summer months.
Mm-hmm.
Others? Other
There,
comments?
there are probably more public restroom spaces in Europe.
Sure.
And my first thought about the plaza is if we want people coming downtown and staying downtown for a while, it seems to me it'd be kind of short-sighted not to put a public restroom
Right.
with the plaza. And
Right.
if we aren't going to do that, then
And
Right.
that doesn't seem very welcoming. So
I think with the plaza, it would
Yeah,
be a
makes
natural fit.
sense.
Yeah, so it's
So what if that was, if you just put a pin in that thought and it just looks at, if you look in developing this design for
Mm-hmm.
plaza, talk about that. And if it's just not appropriate, then you could redirect at that point in time to investigate other options, but.
incorporated as a feature in the plaza.
Yeah.
Yeah, makes sense.
of course, I assume that would then change this number by, what have we been seeing? Like 150,000 or something? Or
If it's just a single restroom, it could be 150 to still $150,000.
Recapture the water and use it for flushing the toilet and irrigation.
Well, no, yes,
That's right.
actually gray water is.
Gray
a-
water.
Yeah,
Gray
I
water
mean,
issues for,
I would think you probably could
it
actually.
is. Anyway,
Yeah.
okay. All
It's
right.
not the sink, maybe.
So you have that on your
Yep.
list of just, and so if it
I've got it.
doesn't work out, that's fine. This is just sort of brainstorming. Then let us know and then we
Yeah.
can sort of reconsider that.
So
Thank
then,
you.
going back to the CIP page for the plaza, is this the number that we're looking at?
This is all I have now. You can wait a year and don't put anything in there now.
But this is not assuming any kind of public restroom, right? This was just the plaza
Nope, nope,
space
nope.
with,
But we may be wrong. Maybe without the plaza, it's maybe too much and may not be enough. These are just placeholders now.
Yeah.
You're not making any decision to raise taxes based on it. So The only thing you really be committing to is the reallocation of 200,000 to move ahead with a conceptual design, which will get you public input. It'll get you decisions about the features and the different options, those kind of
Costs, yeah.
costs.
Mhm.
Then the next year we get some better numbers to stick in there. But I don't have any problem if you don't putting these numbers in it, as long as you know they're tentative.
Mhm.
But you'll make that decision during final wrap up, all right?
Okay. Moving. Everyone satisfied?
Yes.
Good.
Keith?
All right.
Anything else?
Okay. So the last one, page 139, is the cemetery. So in just in the last year, we came before council and council adopted that master plan that you see on the right or on the left. And part of that is the funeral pavilion, which is kind of on the right side, is just a conceptual, be someplace where funerals could happen. We could still have, other gatherings, and the Memorial Day function could still happen. So again, this is just to give you, some idea. We haven't really researched it, any further than that. So that's the one thing. And then we have some areas within the Ames Municipal Cemetery where we have some erosion happening, and there is some concern that at some point in the future, if we do nothing, that graves could be exposed. And at Ontario Cemetery, they're just with that retaining wall, the landscaping right now, it's more of a bit of an eyesore. So what we really want to do is try to spruce that area up. Probably put an Ontario Cemetery sign, kind of like our park signs. Just make it more noticeable, cleaner. Just bring it up to what we have at some of our other facilities.
Nice.
So,
I love this concept, Keith. It just seems at $75,000 seems a little shy. Time you get that structure and all that paving, and so did someone give you that number, or is this kind of a?
yeah, well, with some of the shelters that we're doing right now, we can purchase a shelter and do the paving for about 20,000.
Okay.
And so that's why, we're looking, hey, this is going to be bigger. So we thought, the 75, over the next year, we'll get a little bit more numbers, and we may have to up it. What was that? We may, construct it ourselves.
Okay.
It just depends on how extravagant it is, but but I think it will be a really nice addition, to it. And one of the things right now, we also have the columbarium that we're going to be, doing. We may have, a little extra money, so we might even be able to pour the pad for the pavilion while we do the columbarium piece. So that's another option to put more money into the pavilion.
We're also looking at lists.
Yeah, yep, that's what I mentioned.
All right.
Any questions? You guys are ready to go home, aren't you? Now you get the worst
Exciting.
one to
Exciting night.
go.
No,
Steve
Corey's
will
here
be
too. I got
tough.
Carrie will bring it up. Page 140, I just want to say neighborhood improvements. We have the downtown facade program, campus town facade, and neighborhood improvement program. Just before you made any changes to it, so this is status quo.
So we had gotten a request to consider increasing that to $85,000. And
Two
is that-
parts to it. How
that
you
what that-
qualify, what qualifies for a grant, and then increasing the amount per grant and the total amount. That's a budgetary decision you're going to have to make
So we would discuss that
at budget time.
at budget
It'll
time.
affect your balances.
I just didn't know if you
You
want to
keep
know that
increasing.
now, or if
Oh, no.
if council
You've
was-
got to see it as a total package with, it's a budgetary impact.
So is that something, since we received that as a letter from Ames Main Street, is that something that then becomes part of their ask at budget time? And that would be an appropriate way for that to be handled? Or is it something that we have to direct before that staff to do
It's not part of their regular ask. I don't
Mm-mm.
see it as that at all.
This is a change in your program, so we've got to make that policy change.
Mhm.
There's three different aspects to it again. Total dollar amount, what would qualify,
Right.
and how much per grant.
So you prefer to see that at the budget time, not tonight then, right?
Definitely not tonight.
Let's do it anyway.
Amen.
That's the most definitive I think I've ever seen Steve be in the last 2 years.
Definitely.
No, we all want to leave.
Well, definitely not tonight. The question is it part of a referral during a council disposition of communications? Because we've already passed it over.
Yes, we did.
Discuss it at goal setting. I just want to make sure it doesn't get lost in the process.
You want to take it up in February, right?
I'm not recommending you take it up. You'll have to decide. It should only get referred if the council wants to change it.
Right.
Council will change it in February. You're saying.
No, that's
There's
not what he
votes for
said.
it.
Yes, if they want to change it,
There
it'll
we
be
go.
done in
There you
February. All right, next item.
And last but not least, Corey, I'm waiting all day to tell you about his page
City Hall
145.
The
improvement,
one page.
We got to get him first. next.
$300,000.
Yeah, he's probably thinking,
City Hall should
how
get
how
the
did the
beginning.
fire chief get in?
Yeah, he should
You got a slice for this, Corey?
Corey always
that?
seems to be last.
Yes, I do, but that's okay. I learn a lot sitting. So, City Hall improvements, that's just our standard program, the 50,000 a year for kind of anything at City Hall that's kind of outside the norm of our operating budget. Say if we need to replace a heat pump, something like that, we don't build that into our operating budget. Since we charge out other departments for our operating budget, it helps cover some of those unexpected costs. You can see in the first year, we have the extra 50,000 for flooring and police. That's the first renovation we did, the carpet, since they're 24/7. It's reached the end of its useful life. But we're going to explore some other options and see what might be maybe a longer lasting solution in that area. It's not shown in the CIP because it's current year, but we're working on fabric buildings out at the maintenance facility. You approved that last year. We've hired an architecture and engineering firm to help us design those. So those should hopefully go up maybe this summer or fall and be ready for next winter.
So on this carpet, how long did it last?
Well, it's been about 5 years, but being 24/7, that's about 15 years of use because it's commercial carpet. So
Some
that's
guy would
what,
polished concrete or something like that. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
something's got to be more durable.
yeah. So we'll be working with police to make sure we get something that's hopefully maybe durable and long lasting, but still safe for the officers.
Because those fabric buildings are going to be really nice because they're going to be a cost-effective alternative to building a stick building. And we looked at that for Cyrite, how expensive it was to keep those buses inside, and this fabric building will be a good cost-effective alternative. And then Corey's also working on a security system. As you know, here, a lot of departments said they're going to piggyback off of it. So you'll have a card and we can control access to different parts of the building.
What's the status on that?
We're finalizing plans. We're kind of working through, as we got closer to the end, there's kind of two components. There's the software side and the hardware side. So we're trying to get those to line up. We're trying to be careful because we're hoping, like Steve said, other departments piggyback. We're going to be working with fire and electric and City Hall in this project, but hopefully more buildings will come online. We'll have one system, one security system that'll tie into our video system as well. So kind of have a standard throughout the city. So we just want to make sure we're being careful and making the right decision to do that.
Can you just comment or give us an update on just on fleet? Because you take care of fleet too, right?
Yes.
How are we doing on the there's 5 snowplow trucks that we were going to convert to is it biodiesel or
Yeah,
is it
100%
How-
biodiesel.
Yeah,
The
and we're-
the 5 trucks are
how's
out.
that coming?
The trucks are all upfitted now. The last storm this Saturday, they were all out running with no issues. So the project has started. We'll give a little update in February. Kind of show you some of the information we can pull from the system. Rich Iverson, who's been working on that project, showed me a graph. He can already chart how much diesel versus biodiesel per time that the trucks are running. It's pretty dramatic. So it's working well. We haven't had any issues related to that so far.
Hybrid police car.
Yeah, how with hybrid police cars?
Hybrid police cars came in last week, and we sent the first one to the upfitter. So hopefully in 2 or 3 weeks, we'll have our first hybrid police car on the street.
So that is our goal. So we have 3, it came in. We have 3 more coming.
Are we gonna like publicize that a little bit in terms of a little extra, or can you not do that in terms of like having a little bit of a?
Yes, we're going to work with police and see, and on the trucks, we're kind of looking for some ideas so people can spot them a little easier. And we'll be doing some, I think city side, there's going to be an article about biodiesel, and we'll do some more publication about the hybrid police cars.
Do fleet costs typically fall in the department so, like improvements to, police vehicles are in public safety in the CIP, and improvements to, like if we were to get new snow removal vehicles, those go in?
Those are in their operating budget. So if they want new equipment, they would put it in their operating budget. And if it's replacement, those costs are built in to every operating budget. So when they go to replace it, they have the funds already. But if they want new equipment, they make that request during the budget process.
They don't, your budget doesn't become balloon, so you don't have to pay upfront the total cost. Corey charges, he buys it, and Corey charges it back over time. So think of it depreciated over time. So that keeps it level. So they get a replacement, money's built up, trying to replace it. He has the cash now to go out and buy the new one, and then they started paying over time for the build up a fund for the next vehicle.
So we don't see them in the CIP in the same way that we see a new transit bus, for example.
No, I think just fire and transit.
Right.
Because there's a
Transit's
large
another
cost.
one like the fire department. Now, the difference there is transit gets 90% federal funds.
Sure.
So they have a small amount, but they don't depreciate theirs like we do.
I see. But all the others, other than fire and transit.
Yeah, and even fire,
through
even though it's in the
replacement funds
CIP,
over time.
we'll help them during that process to get the new vehicle. But
Gotcha. Okay.
most of our vehicles don't approach that cost of a fire
Okay.
apparatus.
Yeah, sure. Thank
It's a
you.
great system. You didn't, all of a sudden you'd have these $100,000 purchases, then it'd go down, the budget would go down.
Sure.
Another 5-10 years to go up again. You don't want that in budgets.
Yeah.
This keeps it level.
Corey, do you have a 5-year or a 10-year plan for the city hall in terms of improvements or envisioning what or where we're going, or in terms of projects? You have a $50,000 a year for minor stuff. I was just wondering in terms of carpeting or any kind of a renovation, retrofitting. And I have nothing in mind in particular, but
Nothing in particular. We'll probably look at carpet. With the 50,000, we do build up money over time. The carpeting will be more expensive than we thought. When we did the last remodel, we found out there's asbestos that wasn't regulated when they remodeled the building that is now regulated. So we take out the carpet, we have to get rid of the asbestos. It was glue. It wasn't required to be removed at the time, but now it is. So it's going to make it more difficult, but we'll probably look at the hallways, things like that. We've done a lot of the LED conversions, the new heat pumps, so there's no major projects. I'm sure, we might have to work with some departments on space issues like we have in the past. So that's something we're always going to consider. Wallpaper, we've been removing wallpaper.
Oh, good.
Hopefully John Forth
That's
will
a
be
big
back in March, which will be a big help. So it's a lot of the little things that we're trying to keep on top of, but no major projects or remodels that we have in mind right now.
it's just some of the stuff is trying to look a little shop worn in terms of, you're doing a great job of trying to keep up. But I'm thinking about ceiling tile, just like it's dirty and sort of stuff. It just didn't know if you had a vision, long term and a plan you're kind of working with. It's not in this particular room, but some of the corridors. I was looking around saying, what's going on?
The yoga room
We
could
have money
use
to
some
change
new
those all.
shades.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The yoga room could use some new vertical
I just-
blinds.
Yeah, that's
Having a plan and I just didn't know if you had that much, thinking, or you just kind of go year by year and go from there.
Yeah, we would plan out some projects that we knew were coming up. We have talked about shades kind of throughout City Hall, with the vertical blinds and things. So we'll be starting to do it like the lunchroom. We start kind of the smaller projects and work through them. We don't have kind of a master plan, and we're probably a little bit behind with John being out for a while, kind of on the routine things a little bit, but we'll definitely get back on track.
Okay.
Mayor, one of the,
Yeah, I was so anxious to start on the CIP that I didn't mention that I have somebody new sitting next to me. She's been in the department for a while. This is Amy Krabs. We did a little bit of a reorganization within the finance department between budget and accounting So we didn't add any positions, but we changed some around. And you would have seen that in our budget, but you really didn't see it come into play until this year. So Amy's our budget analyst. So we have an additional person working on that, and then also works on that throughout the year. So, it helps implement that as we go through, and also helping us think about transition here in the next few years. So been a great addition, and Nancy wasn't available tonight. So, and I had somebody else that could come up and be here to help watch the CIP. So
Good.
you'll see a lot of Amy going forward. She might not be at every meeting, but she's certainly working on the budget all the time.
Okay, very good. Anything, other questions for Corey?
No.
Thanks, Corey. Appreciate it. Anything else?
A lot of good projects there. The citizens and you all are continually impressed with the type of projects that our department heads come up with to keep this city moving, right? And it's some of the behind the scenes things no one ever thinks about, whether it's a water plant or the electric plants or storm sewer, but they're things that have to be done, and people take that for granted, and they should never do that. So,
Steve, I have one question. It's so late tonight, but I want to just real quickly, could you update us on the idea of having electric car charging stations, adding that as a capital improvement?
yeah, I gave you a report a couple of months back. You asked me for a report on the
Right.
Volkswagen. And at the time I said that we had no plans to apply for the grants, but actually I talked to Don, and Don through electric is applying for electric charging. I think there's 3 or 4 he's trying to get. Some have to be in the area out within some distance from Highway 35, and then other places in the downtown or campus town area. So the application's due February 17th, I believe. So we are trying to go after maybe 3 or 4 of them there.
So, and I remember that part, but my question is, are there any public dollars going in that we would need to add a sheet into the CIP?
No, I don't think so. It's going to be a match, but not of that great amount, I don't believe. I just don't have it yet. Again, to add it in, I wouldn't know what to put in again. We'll find out the available balance is what I'm saying.
So if we
For the
don't get
current
the
year.
grant, that might be something the council would have an interest in, is doing something with electric charging vehicles. We're sort of in this chicken and egg thing. Do we want to try to lead and create context for electric vehicles, or do we wait until they're there and there's a demand?
Well, also, even if we don't get the grant, you could ask to put together a plan for charging stations and how many you think is appropriate.
And location.
What type of commitment you want, location.
That seems like a CIP matter.
It
That's what I'm
would
trying
be,
to
it
tease
would be.
out.
I'm just trying to take advantage of the grant program
Yeah.
right now. That doesn't mean it'll be the last charging station we put in. But even if we don't get a grant, I think we should support electric charging stations.
But it seems to me that the policy discussion about whether to increase our EV charging facilities, that comes before concluding that, it goes into the CIP because we've decided that we need more.
Yeah, and how many?
I mean, I feel like we shouldn't be driven by the fact that we're looking at a CIP right now. We should be driven by the policy question.
That's right. And then I'll draft the CIP
Right.
to mirror your desire on that.
So David, is your thought that we would wait a year, or should we suggest, I would like to suggest that we have a conversation to add a page to put that somewhere as a placeholder for electric charging vehicles.
I guess I wasn't trying to delay a year. I'm just saying that we can just add to the agenda a discussion of whether we want to increase our EV charging facilities, and if that naturally leads to going into a CIP to do it or putting it into a budget or whatever, then we'll figure that out after we have the policy in place.
I did see the draft agenda for next Tuesday night, and while we have things, a lot of things to talk about, is that something you want to add to the agenda next Tuesday night to try and catch it in this year's CIP or not?
Well, that's the
Too
point,
much.
David, is that there's a timing aspect of this.
No, I don't understand. There isn't really a timing aspect with the CIP because the CIP is for future planning, not the immediate budget year, right?
It is for the budget year too. The first year is.
The first
But
year
you don't
is,
have to
yeah.
put in the first
But
year.
it doesn't have to go in the CIP to get in the budget year.
That's right.
No.
Well, it depends. Are you going to put
Budget.
$300,000 in?
Yeah.
That might be a CIP, but I don't know the extent of what you're looking for. You need to talk about it.
Yeah.
Do you want 20 of these? Do you want the fastest ones that are 100,000 apiece, or do you want the other ones for 12,000? you want us to do, I don't know what appropriate number is or location. There's a lot of discussion. I don't know if you're prepared to make that decision next week. But like you said, Dave, I don't think you're missing your opportunity if it doesn't show up in the CIP, right?
Yeah, that's all I'm trying to say. That it's not really the CIP deadline that we have to be worried about.
Right. I think you're right. A good policy formulation comes first, and then we can figure out how to make it work.
Given the fact we got a lot of things on our agenda in the next few weeks, then let's just go ahead and put that into a.
But I wanted to tell you, we're moving ahead with the grant application.
Good.
And if we get it, that's great. I don't see it as the last charging station you ever get, and I don't believe if we don't get the grant, we're not going to support doing.
Isn't that grant notification pretty quick too? I mean, the deadline's like
February 17th,
Yeah.
I think it was.
But then I think that the notice of award is pretty quick too, I think.
Yeah, it's a big turnaround.
Remember, that was March or May, I think it was. It was pretty quick. Anyway, the point is maybe you can wait to see what, you get the grant or not, and at that point you can make a decision what you want to do.
So Mayor, I don't want to prolong this. Would it be appropriate to have a motion and we put this on an agenda at some point down the road that would fit logically within a
Well, we
schedule?
can move, I think no other questions. We can move to council comments and, all
I can do that in council comments. Okay.
right. Anything else for Steve tonight? I don't.
Good work.
Yeah, thank you to your staff and everyone that did a great job. And as always, I'm impressed with the forethought and the planning. So thank you very much. Dwayne and Amy and your staff as well. All right, I don't believe we have any dispositions of communications tonight, so we will move on into, unless I'm missing something. I didn't see anything.
No.
Council comments. Gloria?
Well, I'll let Tim talk about the MLK celebration last night, but I will carve out a little piece of that. We had a table for the 2020 census that was very well attended, and we got lots of good pictures of people who are going to claim Ames for the 2020 census. And if there is interest, on another note, in February, the International Town and Gown Association is going to be doing another webinar, and that webinar happens to be on the impact of declining student enrollments on college towns.
Oh, interesting.
And so I immediately said, gosh, our transit system might be impacted by that. So we might find that webinar interesting. The last one I was involved with was very good and actually maxed out in attendance nationwide. So
Do that on a webinar?
you can set the number of participants. So I will keep you apprised of when that webinar is going to be happening and let you know if you want to sign on for it.
Cool.
Thank you.
That's it.
Great. This was fun tonight. All over Iowa, cities who are facing declining financial situations, they don't get the chance to build these things. And their streets are deteriorating, their infrastructure is deteriorating. I just want you to know this is really fun tonight to be in a city where we're adding projects and doing really fun things. So great to be in Ames. Last night's event, MLK event, was great. Had about 650 people. So it was a record number of people who attended. I think it speaks well for the community. And but with respect to the electric car charging stations, I would move that we direct staff to find an appropriate city council meeting to create a conversation an opportunity for us to have a conversation about developing a policy on electric car charging stations.
Second.
All right, moved and second. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed or abstaining? Carried.
Nothing else.
Rachel?
Nothing tonight, thanks.
All right. Amber?
Nothing.
David?
I just want to repeat the praise for the work that goes into the CIP. It's just really quite incredible to look at how it's all organized and summarized in various, sliced and diced in various ways. It's a real pleasure. So it's not just the project, it's also the presentation of the projects. Thank you very much. That's all. Thank you.
Nothing from me.
Yeah, I forgot to mention to Keith that I just really appreciated how much he talked about community involvement and getting people you talked about community engagement, and that's working, and that they gave some great ideas. I think that kayak launcher is going to be awesome when that gets put in. Great solution. So anyway, and also she's not here, but y'all got a message that Chic Care, our management analyst, is taking another position, and so Friday is her last day, and she'll be sorely missed. She's a great asset to our team. We wish her well and success in her next endeavor. So anyway, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
We are adjourned.